Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again.
Hello, hello. Hey everyone. Welcome to the stream. We are coming live from Chupacabra Games here in Joliet, Illinois, and we are about to get started here. Yeah, we started a little late. We're setting up everything right now, but super scuffed setup, so don't mind us. We're just trying to figure things out. I'm also going to be trying to be a little soft because this is kind of an open room, so I think the players can hear me if you know, when things get started, because they're kind of moving around and stuff right now. So if things are quiet, they may be able to hear me. So maybe it's going to be like a bit of an ASMR stream. But I'm going to move over to the game. But yeah, once they set up, we're gonna be able to see it. We have about, I want to say 10 to 12 players, so not gonna be the longest of games here, but we're gonna have, I believe it's 4 rounds. It's gonna be 4 rounds and cutting the top 4. Yeah, 4 rounds cutting the top 4, and once the players set up, we can get started. I'm gonna give them some time to do so. But I believe our first match is going to be featuring Orn, so it's going to be super fun. So yeah, just give us a second here, and once we're ready, the players will be ready to go. All right, hello. Sorry about that. As I mentioned, super scuff stream. I'm not trying to be a little quiet here, but looks like the camera froze for a little bit, but I think I've got it up and running. And we can see most of what's going on, but yeah, it looks like we have Kaisa up against, I think this is Orn. He's trying to be really secretive about it, but I believe this is an Orn player. It's going to be our round 1 match out of 4 before we cut to top 4 here in Chupacabra Games in Joliet, Illinois. And this is going to be interesting because, I mean, I haven't seen many Orn players. So, yeah, you guys can start. You guys are ready to go. But yeah, here we go. Orn into Kaisa. I do think I know most of the cards in the game, but Orn is definitely going to challenge me because we don't see him very often. And already the battlefield is, I believe that's the one where you can't conquer it for 3 turns, which is why there's a dice on it. So I'll try to keep on top of that. But Kaisa, of course, running Void Gate, and it looks like Orin is going to be on the play. So yeah, off to a good start. Orin is going to start with the Lonely Poro, and Kaisa for 3. It looks like we're going to have trouble seeing some of the runes. But yeah, he's going to be starting with the Sentry to start. And this is going to be an interesting matchup because I think Ornn is going to want focus a lot on trying to hold early. I assume that's how he's going to be playing because he does have the blue Ornn as well. Going to be gaining a lot. Oh, here we go. Hex deck ready to start from the Kaisa, of course, to try and stop that Conqueror. But the Poro is when it gets removed, he's going to be able to draw. So not the worst thing to see there. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. So Ornn is going to get bigger depending on how many gears he is going to be keeping on in his base. So yeah, a Defy quickly came down. It looks like we really do want to score at that point for now. And a World Atlas is going to be played for this turn to equip to the Poro. Very interesting, especially since a World Atlas is going to be one of the promos that these guys are going to be keeping track of, or trying to win this day. And I realized I don't know how we're keeping score here. Give me 1 second. I think we're going to put a score so that you guys can see. I will be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Super scuffed setup, but we are going to get used to this and we're going to get better at this. But yeah, Ornn's starting off with a quick conquer and hold, and Kaisa has developed a Kaisa. So we've gotten already some gold onto the field. So Ornn is already racking up some gears, who will definitely be come in handy. And the battlefield is now open to conquer if need be. And yeah, I'm gonna pull up the possible card list just for my own help here, because Ornn, very interesting legend that we don't really see much of. Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see how much this Kaisa variant list is going to be. Maybe if it's more control heavy, or if it's going to be more like a mid-range Kaisa. That's going to be very interesting to see. And we're just going to keep an eye here on the Ornn cards. Yeah, Kaisa's going to get a double conquer. Ornn did leave the battlefields just because, you know, we're a little worried about keeping our guys alive here. But yeah, on Conquer, Kaisa does manage to draw a card. Yeah, this once this Ornn chosen champion does hit the field, it's going to be really difficult for Kaisa to get rid of. It does have the deflect to and weapon master, so it's going to be able to even take this World Atlas if it does want to. But yeah, just 2 sentries trying to hold the Void Gate here. with another Kaisa in the back. But we're gonna see what Ornn can do here. I would say this is probably one of Ornn's more favored matchups. Yeah, that's just because of the deflect and the ability to kind of handle all this removal. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how he is going to tackle this. But yeah, Poro going to go into the 2 sentries if nothing is added here. This is going to be a trade, and it does look like that is what is going to occur. They're just going to let that happen. Especially, I think the Kaiser player isn't too upset about this. He is gaining 2 draws here. This is round 1. I'm just going to respond to Blackburn here, but this is round 1. So everyone is tied right now to start 0-0. So we will see who manages to take this game. We just have, I believe, somewhere between 10 to 12 players. So we are just going to have 4 rounds here before cutting the top 4. So we will see who manages to take that at the end of the day. But yeah, again, this Poro with the World Atlas, of course, we are hoping to hold the battlefield. It's going to be a tough thing to be able to pull off, especially with Kaisa. But, oh, it looks like we are just going to charm that Kaisa off of the base. I'm sorry, back to the base. And we're trying to conquer that battlefield. I'm going to have to double check, but I believe this is that battlefield that you can't conquer immediately. Yeah, this is Forgotten Monument. So players can't score here until the 3rd turn. So that is why there was the dice on there before to show that. So yeah, we are just charming the Kaisa off the battlefield because I assume we don't want to be on Void Gate, where it's easier for Kaisa to kind of deal damage to our characters. And Ornn is finally entering the battlefield here, and his Weapon Master is going to pull that World Atlas to himself. He starts at 4 might. World Atlas is going to give him another 2, and having 3 gear on board, including that 2 gold that he got for holding the first turn, that's going to add up to 9. So the Ornn is 9 might on this location right now. If he holds, he's going to generate another 2 gear, which is another 2 might until those gear are used. And as an Ornn player, I just assume you don't really want to be using those gears. You'd rather have them just kind of keep giving your Ornn might and keep him strong. But yeah, let's see if Kaisa even has a way to get this Ornn off. There are 2 Kaisas in base, but that's a lot of resources you're going to have to extend to try to get this Ornn. Especially like there's no easy way to get rid of it. You know, normal ways that Kaisa wants to remove characters might be Hecathian Rain, it could be Singularity, but if you hit Ornn with one of those, which it looks like it might be coming right now, that's going to be a lot of your runes. So Singularity, it's going to be targeting both characters here. It's going to cost 2 to cycle, and then another 2 off of the deflect. So a steep price to pay, but if we're getting rid of this Ornn, maybe not the worst thing here. But oh, that is a problem that since the Poro was also there, we're not actually getting a draw off that, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, 6 damage on this Ornn right now, which means we just have to run Kaisa in for a trade. So yeah, it looks like that's a little worthwhile. They do get the big Ornn off of the field that way. And the Ornn Legend, I'm actually curious what it does. Oops. I'm trying to work with this computer I'm not used to, but not the biggest deal here. But yeah, Kaisa finally does get the Conquer here, which means that they do get to draw a card. And they did have to spend a lot of runes, but they still have quite a bit left. It's a little off of the screen, but maybe I'll try and get the players in the next round to move a little closer to the center. But it looks like he has about 5, so it wasn't the most expensive thing to do. But yeah, I'm trying to look for this Orin legend. So Orin's legend, fire below the mountain. If he exerts as a reaction, he gets to add a power, and he can only use it to play gear or use gear abilities. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, we don't see very much Orin being played, but now that Orin has been removed, it looks like we are okay spending some of these gold to get some of our characters on board, which includes this Ezreal, another blue Ezreal. This is the less desirable version of Ezreal to be played. Oh, yeah. But yeah, this is going to be the Ezreal. When he attacks a defense, he's going to deal damage equal to his might to an enemy unit there, and he doesn't actually deal combat damage himself. And as an action, he can spend a blue power to move back to base, so kind of just in and out. And this is very interesting because yeah, we don't see this Ezreal being used very much, but there's definitely going to be some good use there. A little harder for it to handle bigger characters, but Kai'Sa is not really known for that. Eventually they might get bigger, but not for the meantime at least. But this Poro is actually going to pose a bit of a problem. It does have a deflect on it, which I believe includes Ezreal's ability. So if he wants to kind of hit this Poro here, it's going to cost him some of his runes. But he has been generating quite a few, so not the worst thing to ask of him right now. And Kai'Sa is up to 5 points right now, so not within striking distance of the win yet, but getting close. And Orin has still been stuck on that 3 points for a while now. Kai'Sa has been very efficient in removing his characters, so we're gonna have to see how he bounces back here. But yeah, we are on round 1. Round 1 of the Spiritforged Skirmish here in Chupacabra Games in Joliet, Illinois. And we are going to have probably, I believe it's going to be 4 rounds before cutting to the top 4. So we'll see if this Orin manages to climb his way up there. And yeah, we got to really think about this move here. I would say this is probably one of the deciding turns for the Orin player, if he manages to climb back or not. And yeah. Oh, I'm trying to hope. Hope the screen isn't frozen. Yeah, it's not. It froze on me earlier, which is why I had to restart. So I was a little concerned when nobody was doing anything. But obviously, it's a very important turn that they have to decide right here on if it's going to, if he's going to conquer, if he's going to try to take this Poro out, because the Void Gate is a really scary location to go to. He is going to end up deciding to go there and striking the Poro with the Ezreal ability. It's going to pay with the gold, the deflect cost here. But yeah, it looks like the Kai'Sa player might be accepting it. But yeah, it's really dangerous to come here to the Void Gate just because Kai'Sa, of course, if he decides to use one of his actions or abilities to try and take this Ezreal out, is a lot easier. But the question here is, are we going to move the Ezreal back? Because with the Ezreal's ability, we are able to do so. And I believe actually the showdown is not over yet. The Kai'Sa is kind of debating if he's going to continue the play because, yeah, it looks like it does work out, and we're going to move back, and we are scoring. Yes. Oh, that is a good point. Because Ezreal is attacking with his ability and not his own might, he actually does trigger with Void Gate here. So if he ever has to hit over, I believe, yeah, he does get that additional damage from the Void Gate. So I think they're kind of debating that right now. But yeah, I'm wondering if he scored the point here. I haven't seen Ezreal use very much, but I assume he can score the point before he uses his ability to move back to base. But are we not doing so? Because we do see the orange still at 3 points. I think the Kaiser player was ooh, very interesting tech here for the orange. We have the green Azir, which we rarely even see in Azir decks because Azirs like to use the yellow one. But the green Azir is a very interesting character. He's a 6 might character that with his action, he can swap places with a character. So it looks like we're just keeping this at base, but he is going to be an interesting pickup. I guess it really also helps to hold locations if you're kind of putting that threat that you can suddenly swap. And not only do you swap, I believe his ability also means you can take the item of the character that you're swapping with. But here comes the Cathian Rain. It looks like we're just trying to knock everything off the board here. We're dealing 2 damage 7 times, which should be enough to remove both characters here. There's 6 might on the Azir and 5 on the Ezreal, so that is like just enough to remove everything off the board. Very unfortunate turn of events here, but now that Orin is off the field, very easy to throw that in. We were worried about the deflect that the Orans had, but now that we got that off the field, not too much of a concern anymore. Kind of difficult to try and hold locations against Kai'Sa, especially with those 2 Kai'Sas in the back. They were able to remove that Ornn early on, and this one Kai'Sa that is alive still managing to just continue to generate value here. I think he's drawn, our Kai'Sa player has drawn some 3 or 4 cards off of the Kai'Sa cards alone, which keeps finding answers and removal against this Ornn. And now he has scored his 6th point, which means that he is able to win the following turn if he manages to conquer both locations, which is not the hardest to do, especially after being able to remove all of the Ornn player's cards on the previous turn. He's going to struggle to find a way onto the locations here. Wages of Pain going to go off right now. He's going to generate a gold and deal 3 damage to this Kai'Sa. Unfortunately, the Kai'Sa was not at the Void Gate, which would have just meant that the character was removed right here. But we're going to have to find another way to damage or remove or reduce the might of this Kai'Sa to try and get it off the field here. And it's going to cost a Bellows Breath. That is a little expensive to try and get this Kai'Sa, but we do have to. And unfortunately, the Kai'Sa player does have a recall, which is a very cheap and efficient way to get this Kai'Sa back into the hand. And that's going to be a problem because Kai'Sa does also come with Accelerate, which means that she can quickly enter the field again. And if we have something like a Darius, that's going to mean that we can probably take both locations. But yeah, things aren't looking too great for this Ornn player right now. We're going to see how this goes. But yeah, hope you guys can't hear the background noise too much. But yeah, this is an open room. I'm trying my best not to be super loud, but who knows, if there's a crazy play that happens, I may just yell out, and hopefully that doesn't give away too much to the players. But the players are situated a little farther away, so probably gonna be okay there. But yeah, it looks like we're just going back to the Kai'Sa player. We couldn't play anything here, so we're just gonna have to hope that there's no way to take the locations right now. We do know they do have that Kai'Sa that they pulled back the hand, and the question is just going to be, do they have enough runes? Or I mean, they don't have to go for the win right now. They could like do what he's doing and kind of just build a board in the back. Oh, he does accelerate the Kai'Sa, so this is also fine. This is probably the correct play. Because you definitely get the draw right off the bat here, and you're threatening to hold. But not only are you threatening to hold, you're also generating units back in the base to maybe go for the conquer later on. But yeah, now this Kai'Sa is threatening to win off the hold. The Ornn again has to remove it, and I think the Kai'Sa player is aware that the Ornn is kind of struggling to find pieces to do this, because He had to spend so much to get rid of the Kaiser the first time, but yeah, it doesn't look like he has it. He just had the Wages of Pain and an Azir, and he's pointing at the Void Gate. He's like, why didn't you take that location so that I could maybe have a chance there? But yeah, unfortunately, since he's not on the Void Gate, he's out of reach here, and we're gonna just have to move on to game 2. Hard fought from the Ornn, but yeah, again, the removal from the Kai'Sa is rough. It's rough to say the least. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. This is the first round out of 4 before we cut to the top 4 and see who takes the trophy. We have a little trophy here. Very nice looking. Maybe I'll show you guys before the next round. But yeah, we have it on hand here. The players here are going to be fighting for it, as well as, of course, the promos if they make into the top 8, and the well, yeah, the special, the both promos if they make in the top 8, in addition to the participation promo. But yeah, they're gonna be changing locations here, and Ornn will be on the play again. He was on the play this first time as well, so we're gonna watch the players figure out their mulligans, and I think they're side decking right now. Of course, we're playing Riftbound, where side decks are allowed. I do come from a Lorcana background, so this I do miss out on a couple things every once in a while, but we're getting used to it. We're gonna use Riftbound. We're on set 2 now. Set 3 is coming super soon, so it's gonna be very interesting to see what new cards we're gonna be getting. We've been getting some teasers every once in a while, and then very soon we're gonna be getting the China's gonna be getting the cards into their rotation, and they're gonna have their regionals, and we're of course gonna be covering that too. But that will be very interesting for sure. But I'm wondering what the Ornn has to side against Kai'Sa. It's probably going to be maybe a few more deflects, or maybe a few more. Yeah, the other concern for Ornn is Kai'Sa almost definitely is going to be siding in some thermo beams, which is going to be a terrible, terrible thing for Ornn. He's probably, I would hope he has some wind walls that he's going to be adding in here, because if we do manage to generate a bunch of gear, if we do manage to get our Ornn super beefed up, just for him to lose all of it off a thermal beam, that's going to be a little unfortunate. So yeah, we're going to see how this goes on this game too. Yeah, it looks like they're finishing up. One player is showing some of his cards. I wonder if those are being cited out here. But that Zero is an interesting tech. I am interested to see how it pulls off. So I do hope. I mean, it looks like it's getting cited out here, which might be a little unfortunate. It is like just not the best card against Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa removes it super easily with Singularity if he's running multiple Singularities, and that Cathay Rain we saw was really effective. It just takes 3 shots to remove it here. But yeah, a Thwonk, is that being removed or added? We're gonna have to see. It's gonna take some time for the sighting to conclude here. Alright, as we wait, I'm going to be messing around. I'm going to try to get some music in here, and see how this goes. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have my home setup here. Of course, I am streaming from the store, so not the best. It was a very ramshackle build, so hopefully things sound okay, things look okay. Do let me know in the comments if anything is off and you might want it to be fixed. Definitely for the following round, I'm going to maybe get the players to play closer to the center so that we can see all the runes, but I don't want to interrupt them while they're playing at the moment. But yeah, it looks like we're shuffling up. It looks like we are done with the siding. Let me try to move the music up a bit. Hopefully it's not too distracting. Let me know if the music's distracting and I will cut it out again. But yeah, we're just going to have some Riot music going on because it's creator safe. But yeah, it looks like we are ready. We are shuffled and all sided out, and we'll see if the Ornn has made enough adjustments that he might be able to take this game. Very bold choice to have the same sleeves for battlefield runes and for his deck. If this was me, I would definitely be making mistakes and shuffling different things into each other. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a double obelisk. I believe that is obelisk, double obelisk of power as the locations, and I'm going to turn this music down because it's already distracting me. But yeah, hopefully that's a good change in environment. But double obelisk means that we are he's allowed. Is a Kaisa player going to be allowed to go first here? It looks like that is the case. Kaisa is going to go first, so Ornn would rather go second, I assume, because he wants to do something with 5 runes, or he may have decided. I believe he decided before the both battlefields are shown, so he may have been wanting to start with 4, but he has donated that extra rune here. And Kaisa similarly does get to start with the Lecturing Yordle first. He is floating 1 rune. But yeah, with a 5 rune start for Ornn, probably not the worst thing. We get to get a head start on what we are trying to do here for turn. Well, unfortunately, all greens is what he's showing. I'm not sure if he was looking for something blue here, but we are playing the Rabadon's Death Cap to start. We are using Ornn's power to pay for 1 of the power costs. And Rabadon's, I know it does allow him to deal more spell damage. Let me look at it here. So yeah, a 4 cost equipment. It will give +3 to whoever it equips onto, but your spells and abilities deal 3 bonus damage while it is equipped. So we will be seeing some crazy, like Bellow's Breath could like wipe an entire board now with this Rabadon's is equipped. But yeah, Yordle going to start off and get a capture point. Very interesting to let the Kaisa player go first. It is probably part of his strategy, but that does mean that you are going to be playing off the back foot here. And we did see in game 1 the Kaisa player did manage to conquer the battlefields pretty quickly. So hopefully that won't be too much of an issue for this Ornn, especially not when he's not developing a unit here. Now the Kaisa also gets to accelerate the chosen champion, draw a card off of conquering the second battlefield, and we have to hope that there's a way to remove both of these cards and fast, because otherwise they're holding up to 4. We do get Ornn out. Big Ornn is entering the field, and we are, I'm assuming, using the Ornn ability here to equip for free. And Ornn is big. He gets the +3 from the Rabadons, and also +1 since the Rabadons is an equipment that is being attached here. So Ornn going to be 8 power, I believe, and the Kaisa does get to hold here up to 4 points, which is not the worst yet, but we can't keep letting her do this, especially we'll see now if there is a way to get rid of this Ornn for her. This is probably going to be an issue though, because as we know, that Ornn card does have Deflect 2, which means it's going to be a little difficult to get off of the field, especially when it's not on the battlefield. Earlier it was a little more efficient and easy to do it when we had a way to run into it, which was the Kaisa in the back. But now that it's safe in base, it's going to be a little harder. We are going to retreat that Kaisa. Maybe it can get off another Conqueror on the following turn. Going to keep it safe from this Ornn though, which is probably going to be entering the battlefield here. But yeah, it's going to be a concern if the Ornn does manage to get some abilities off. It's going to be really efficient at removing characters, especially like Bellows Breath or the Wages of Pain we saw in the previous game was struggling to remove characters off the board because the 3 damage wasn't enough to take out the Kaisa. But now the Wages of Pain is going to be dealing a whopping 6 damage and going to be able to remove most anything. But yeah, it looks like we're fortifying the battlefield with that Poro here. An interesting choice with the Yordle and the Poro that is 4 might. If the Ornn decides to go in, it's still just going to be an easy removal of them both, unless we have some Void Seeker from the Kaisa or something. Then it would at least result in a trade, which is a little concerning. So we might want to beef this Ornn up a little more before we send it in. But yeah, we don't have to worry about Singularity or anything on the opposing turn at least. And yeah, we'll see what the Ornn has. Rocket Barrage coming out, and we are taking care of that Kaisa in base. Very nice shot. It looks like we're not going to repeat it though. There's no equipment we're looking for here, but Kaisa removed from base is a very nice thing to have. We'll have to see what else he has in store here. Rocket Barrage is an interesting card to be having in a deck here. I guess it is a perfect amount of damage he can deal to the Kaisa, but I'm not sure if we have any equipment we're worried about here. But yeah, we see that fortification not doing much for the Kaisa player. That Poro is not going to help keep this Ornn off of this battlefield here. And now that Ornn's in there, at least we didn't get removed right away, and with the Kaisa gone from the back, yeah, this Ornn might actually be safe. Unfortunately, we don't have the World Atlas developed this game, unlike the last, so even if we hold this location, the Ornn isn't going to be getting much bigger unless we find a way to do so. Oops, my apologies if I keep hitting this mic, but I have to hold it as opposed to having it on a stand as usual. But yeah, it looks like that's where we're ending the Ornn's turn. 4 runes standing here. We are seeing a hold point for the Sentry. We're gonna have to see if the Kaisa does have a way to get this Ornn off this battlefield, which he very much possibly might not. We are going to see a big card being played right here. Recycling 2. So is it Singularity again? Oh, it's Watcher, which is much more efficient. We don't have to pay the deflect cost of hitting this Ornn here. Ornn is going to be going down to, I believe, 5 might now. We're just kind of canceling out the additional might that the def cap is giving to the Ornn. And yeah, as it stands right now, the Watcher is able to just run into this Ornn and take it out. We're going to have to see if the Ornn has enough combat tricks to get out of this, because we really want to keep this Ornn on the field for even a chance of surviving. Hex Tech Ray going to go off. You got to have to pay to deflect 2 for doing that as well. Ornn is at 5 might, so not completely removing it yet, but we might be able to keep the Watcher even further alive here if we don't have to run it in, if we run something like a Yordle in. That is a little dangerous though, because if the Ornn does manage to get out of reach of this Hextech Ray and Yordle, I guess we don't have to worry about it. We're just sending them both in. So the Hextech Ray, I guess, just really making sure that the Ornn won't survive off of like double discipline or anything that could get its might high enough. But yeah, it looks like this Watcher does get it done. And unfortunately, we lose the Ornn again. This Ornn is just unable to hold against this Kaisa with all her removals, including the Watcher, including Rays and Singularities and the Cathian Reigns. Everything just too much. The orange battlefield is empty once again, which is going to be rough, especially now that the Kaisa is up to 6 points. There's going to be the struggle of trying to overcome this now. The sentry shouldn't be too hard to get off the field, but this watcher is going to prove to be a problem. But yeah, like as we said, it was just on the back foot from the get-go. The Kaisa just moving so fast, and the extra generated rune for the turn from both of the obelisks kind of ends up being detrimental in the long run, just because you kind of want to stall against a more aggressive start like that, but just giving them more runes and not being able to generate a character at the start just was rough and difficult to overcome. But card sharp to start. We are getting a gold, and if Kaisa decides to get a gold herself, then we get a second one, but most people I think would deny that and not allow it. And a charm going to move the watcher over to where the sentry is, so we're at least trying to stay safe from just outright losing in this following game, because now the watcher at least can't even pivot over to the other location. If you had just moved it back to base, it could just like conquer the following turn. So it looks like we're preventing that. But this if we don't really find a way to develop anything else here, this might be a little rough. Guardian Angel coming out. Oh, that would have kept the Ornn alive. That would have been great to have while it was alive, but it might be a little too late here for the Ornn player. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see if there's a way for him to come back. Another card sharp. Gonna generate another gold, and we're gonna offer once more. Do you want to get one for yourself? But I'm assuming since the first one was denied, this one will be as well. But yeah, we're gonna use the Ornn's ability, and we're gonna equip the Guardian Angel for free here, and we're gonna pay, I assume, to equip the Rabadons as well. Yes, but yeah, it's gonna be. We have to hold here and hope that the Kaisa doesn't have an accelerate, because anything with accelerate is just gonna win the game, I assume, because there's almost no way for the Ornn to stop it from occurring. We are holding over to 7, and if we if we don't get anything here, then that might just be it. Kaisa taking a second here, so maybe he doesn't have it. It's gonna 6 is a lot, or is that 7? It's a Cathian Rain. Oh my gosh, terrifying. But we do have a Guardian Angel on this one card sharp, so at least it should be able to survive. That's a card sharp with 2 equipment on it, so if we do remove it, at least the Guardian Angel will keep it alive. So yeah, Guardian Angel going to get removed here, and the other card sharp will as well. So we only have 1 card sharp here, unfortunately. And although we did buy ourselves a turn by moving this watcher over to this location, now if that location holds, it's going to be another problem, and he's just going to win off that. So we bought ourselves a turn, but now we're going to have to still end up taking this location, or else it's just to end here. And it is unfortunate we are sitting here with just 1 point, so it's going to be a long road ahead to try to get this game back, if it's even possible. But yeah, it just ended up being the Kaisa player very expertly navigating around this Ornn, because whenever that Ornn hits the battlefield, it is such a problem with the deflect 2. We can't just remove it as easily as we remove everything else. But yeah, no development here, so if we can just hit over 8 might, we have a chance of just staying in this game still. Kaisa opting to try to hold this turn, which is an interesting choice. We'll have to see if it's correct or not. He did manage not to develop anything else. He did have to spend all his resources on that rain from the turn before. So yeah, it looks like there's no way to get this off the board, though. Unfortunate for the Ornn player. Yeah, it's really a game of trying to keep this Ornn on the field, and against a Kaisa that's just a really difficult task. It's a difficult task with all those spells flying at you, followed by Watcher. Like Watcher was just a perfect play around the Ornn to get it off the field. But yeah, it looks like Kaisa is going to take game one. Unfortunately, our Ornn is going to go down a game, but we might still see him in the top four at the end of the day. We'll have to see. But yeah. Thank you guys for joining us for this Summoner Skirmish. We're going to try and keep things moving in a orderly fashion. But yeah, things are getting loud. I think people are getting excited and chatting out there. But yeah, we're going to come back for round two. So yeah, stay tuned and we will be starting soon. Alright, what's up, guys? We are back, and I think we're getting into the swing of things now. It's gonna be a little better commentary, hopefully. I was trying to keep quiet because I was worried the players could hear me, but I think that's not gonna be too much of an issue. But hey, what's up, guys? I just want to show you guys. This is what the players are playing for. The first place player, in addition to the playmat, they're gonna get this very nice custom trophy, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, we get to see another fun matchup. I do have all the players, so I think we have a total of 10 players today. And I was worried we were going to see a lot of Dravens, but we are just, we only have 3 of them today. We have 3 Dravens, 2 Kaisas, 2 Aurelia, and then 1 Yi, 1 Jax, and 1 Ornn. And we get to see the Yi against the Jax today. So very nice, fun matchup. We might see a lot more Dravens later on. So it's nice to see a change of pace here. We do know that I think the Dravens were playing, 2 Dravens were playing against each other last round. So at least one of them will be dropped down here. But yeah, we have, I believe the players are Captain Muse and It's Kuma. I don't remember which player is which, but we do get to see Yi against Jax here, and it looks like Jax is going to be on the play. Monastery of Hirana is his choice, so we are probably going to be seeing quite a few buff cards, like maybe reminiscent of the Jax we saw in Dalian, but Forge of the Fluffed is the choice for Yi. I'm really interested to see how Yi has adapted to this new metagame, but we immediately see some really new cards that Yi was not utilizing the previous set. He does get a Sand Soldier out with his card, and Forge of the Fluffed, I do need a reminder of this location, so give me a moment while I look it up. But Forge of the Fluffed, while you control this battlefield, friendly legends have the ability to exert itself and attach an equipment you control to a unit you control. So he's turning into Jax, which is kind of a funny matchup that they have going on right now. But yeah, he managed to develop a Sand Soldier on his first turn, but Jax did have Pookie, which is going to take the Monastery of Hirana right now. And yeah, 4 runes standing. We will see what is going to be developed here. 3 runes for, of course, we're going to get the first mate. We are going to move the Pookie back to safety here and just keep it alive and going. But yeah, really exciting matchup. We will see. I'm really interested. Yeah, and how Yi has changed, and I wonder if this Yi build is very similar to other builds or not. That's going to be very interesting. But yeah, Forge of the Fluff, we are going to take it now, and we have the ability to move equipments around now, much like the Jax player. We get another Sand Soldier summoning, and if we repeat it, yeah, we do repeat it this time, so we get 2 more Sand Soldiers. This deck is looking a lot more like Azir than it does Yi, so we do have Yi's ability here, though, that normally Azir does not have. So this Sand Soldier, if you're going to try and conquer and take that location, he does have a total of 4 might there, even without any equipments attached. That is probably one thing that a lot of players are going to forget. So hopefully we are going to remember that and not make any mistakes here running into the Sand Soldier thinking that it is a lot weaker than it actually is. But yeah, Jax going to be up some runes here. We have the Jax Legend still available to play, and we do know that Master Yi also has his version, and it looks like this Master Yi is going to be more of a mid-range variant, so no Aurora that we have to be concerned about or anything like that. But Brutalizer is entering the field here, and we are going to use a Jax ability to attach it, it looks like. So we're making sure we can hit over the Sand Soldier even with the Master Yi buff. This will be very interesting to see. So I believe that does the Master Yi only have 1 rune standing, I believe. So is that only an On Guard as an option? Yeah, it does not have it though. We are just going to lose the Sand Soldier, but it is just a Sand Soldier. It's not the worst thing to lose here. Forge of the Fluff, we are losing control of that battlefield though. Not very useful for Jax though, since he does have his legend ability already. It's the exact same ability as his legend ability, more or less. So definitely no use for him there. And let's see what else the Jax player has. A Warmog. So we do have an ability to buff ourselves here, but we are not going to attach it. If we did there, we might have had the ability to draw a card here, but instead we want to kind of conserve our rune economy here and not use those like too willy-nilly. We kind of want to save that for when Jax is ready once again. But yeah. I'm just going to turn the music up a little bit and hope it's not too distracting. But yeah, back to the Yi's turn. He hasn't had the chance to play any units yet. So far it's just been these Sand Soldiers. We'll see if he gets anything else. I think I spot a Charm in his hand. But yeah, Yi, a lot more difficult to conquer than to hold. So we do want to try and take a point here. On guard, it was in hand, so we are going to use that right now to bolster our Sand Soldier to hopefully hit over this Pit Rookie and take this point here. And Jax is not going to like, he doesn't like that. He's going to defy if we are going to take this point. He wants this to be an even trade. But no, Discipline was held in the back. Very well played that we were kind of keeping that in the back in case. And we just had our opponent spend the defy on the on guard. And now we get the Discipline off instead. And we actually get to draw with that +2 and being able to take this Hirana point. So very nicely sequenced there for the Yi player. He very much apparently knows what he's doing. And not only that, now we are going to try to charm the first mate over. So we know the Brutalizer on the first mate has lost its ability now. It only is a +1. So the first mate is only 4. But now that the Sand Soldier is at 4, it gets the buff from Yi's ability and goes up to 6 and actually gets the first mate as well. So very well played there. And we're going to be able to take these 2 points here and catch up to the Jax player. Now Jax has lost all of his units on board. He is just only facing 2 Sand Soldiers, but he has equipment ready in the back, and not only that, he does have his legend ready to deploy as well. So we're going to have to see if that will be the case here. But yeah, Master Yi very well played to get back into the game here. And Yi has the concerning legend in his chosen champions, not legend, sorry, the chosen champion in his champion zone as well. The fact that it can always enter ready and also gank means that you always have to be concerned that a 6 might unit will just come out of nowhere and just take a battlefield back. So yeah, Jax does get deployed here. We do want to get him onto the field now. Are we going to give him any equipments? He is able to quick draw any equipments he wants, so not necessary to immediately do that at the moment. We are just going to develop a Poro as well to kind of bolster our backline here. But Yi does get a double hold with his 2 Sand Soldiers. Very nicely done. He's up to 5 points now, not within striking distance of the victory yet, but he's getting closer with every turn that passes. We'll see if he decides to try to hold here. Yi, of course, wants to try to hold locations with only 1 unit. But with this Jax staring him down and these locations in the back, it's not too difficult for Jax to take these points here. So we're going to have to really think about that. If we're going to try and hold these locations or not, we would hope that we have some good units in the back to try and hold, but it looks like he's considering he's going to play the Yi out here to try to keep this location. Yi also very good on defense. It has 6 might, so if it is alone, it goes up to 8, and we can retreat these Sand Soldiers if we want. And yeah, there's no point keeping a Sand Soldier there because Yi is effectively keeping the same amount of might here since we have the Master Yi ability. But we're just going to pass with that. So just 1 rune standing here. We're going to hope to be able to keep these 2 points. Master Yi does have a hidden card on his location. So there might be something in the back there that could turn the tides of battle. I'm very interested to see what Master Yi has as hidden cards too. Because I'm not very. I would assume Zonia's would be my first assumption there. But yeah, this Sand Soldier location should not be too hard to take back though. So possible that we just take the Monastery of Hirana here. We'll have to see what the Jax player ends up going with. But yeah, I am excited that one of my concerns going into today was that we were going to have a majority of Draven players. But I'm very, very delighted to see a very diverse field here. Yeah, we have, if you guys missed it, we do have 10 players today. We have 3 Draven players, 2 Kai'Sa players, 2 Aurelia players. 1 Yi, 1 Jax, and 1 Ornn, which we saw a Kai'Sa and Ornn play it out in the first round. And unfortunately, the Ornn just could not hold any battlefields. He couldn't even hold his like Ornn champion on the field for too long. The Kai'Sa was just too oppressive with the removal. So the Kai'Sa did take it 2-0 in round 1. And yeah, in round 2 here, we are watching Jax against Yi. Two Dravens did play against each other on the first round, so one of them is knocked down into 0-1, and I'm not sure how the third Draven did, but that is we'll get an update very soon. We're gonna try to just keep the top tables on stream here, but yeah, I mean the Yi player did win the last round, so it was nice we get to feature him here. But Jax deciding that Yi battlefield is too difficult to conquer. We do have Master Yi at 8 might with a hidden card, so we don't want to challenge into that, especially with 1 rune standing. It could be an on guard there. Instead, we're gonna take that free point off of that Sand Soldier that was trying to hold this location. And I did miss it, but I believe he did just decide to spend that buff to draw a card, because I don't see a buff on this Jax. We do still have a Lonely Poro in the back. He's not going to be doing much on the battlefield. He won't even be drawing you a card because he won't be alone, so I'm not sure if we're going to be sending that up this turn. But yeah, Jax has the Brutalizer equipped and also the Warmogs. A very interesting Jax interaction. If you are not a Jax player, I believe the ruling has changed several times depending on the regional, but I think the final ruling is if you use the Jax's ability, the second one that allows you to unattach an equipment from a character to attach it to another one, you can do it on to the same character. So like, let's say I choose the Brutalizer on this Jax, I can just re-equip it onto the Jax, and he would get the +2 might from that Brutalizer, again the extra 2 that it allows. But we are just playing the first mate. We want to keep this Jax safe, of course we do. So are we going to be retreating it? That is probably going to be the case here. We're going to charm first. Charm the Yi over. This is a great move. We're gonna have to see. I believe it's Zonius. It is Zonius, but this would have been an amazing move, because when we charm the Yi over, he's now an attacker, not a defender. He does not get that 2 might from his ability. So we are going 6 here into the Jax and the first mate. Zonius will keep it alive. It does get the option to remove the first mate, I believe, because the first mate is there. But Jax is out of reach because of the Brutalizer and the Warmogs. Oh, but no, it does not get to survive. We don't let the Yi get away with that. We are just going to challenge it and get it off of the field. But yeah, I do believe that first mate is supposed to be off the field. So let me double check with that first before we continue. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to check over that real quick, but with that location now cleared out, there was a Master Yi on the other location with a hidden card that was Zonia's. So now that that is cleared out, the Poro is able to take that for free, and that is a great place to be, because the Poro gets to be alone on this battlefield, and Jax gets to go up to 5 points. So now that the Poro is alone there, if it does end up getting removed, he's going to be able to draw a card. But yeah, I did send over our judge to go check with if the first mate is supposed to be removed or not from that charm play, because I believe with the yeah, Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna double check. All right, so just double checked with the judge there, and I think they're just pausing as we figure that out. But yeah, I believe the first mate should be removed from that charmed Master Yi going over, and yes, yes, there we go. All right, we are correct, and we are fixed, and we are ready to continue. But yeah, we are good, and we are going to continue. The Jax now in a really good position. We were worried before the Master Yi looked like it was in a really dominant position here, but a white flame going to come out in response. This is going to buff up the Sand Soldiers. Man, Master Yi's Sand Soldiers are packing a punch in this match. The Sand Soldier is going to try and hit over this Jax here, and Jax does have a Brutalizer and a Warmog's equipped, but that is not enough. That's not a Guardian Angel. So are we gonna lose to Jax here? It looks like very much so. Jax is removed from the field, unfortunately. Nothing he can quick draw on with only one rune standing. But there is a Brutalizer and a Warmog still in the back here. But yeah, White Flame now in the back is going to pose a threat as well, as Master Yi goes up to 6 points. If he does hold this battlefield and manage to take the other on the following turn, that is going to be it. That is going to be the game. So we are going to have to try to find a way out of this. We're starting to turn with a hold, though. We are also going up to 6 points. So Jax, as long as he manages to hold his ground here and not lose on this turn, there is a very possible chance that he will take this back. But yeah, it's very interesting to see these Sand Soldiers going at it. We have a Rune Runner being played here. Main deck Rune Runner. Very interesting choice for the Jax. Obviously really good into stuff like the Draven, into things like Kaisa, which are very prevalent in this tournament. We have 3 Draven players, 2 Kaisa players, so if he does run into those Rune Runners are going to be really effective. But in this battle, probably not so much. We are just passing back, though. I don't know about keeping the Rune Runner in the back, because now the White Flame was just going to go up. Are they deciding? should I have played up there, is I think what they're deciding here. It's like, okay, fine, that's allowed. We're still going to go in. Yeah, I was going to say, playing the Rune Runner in the back probably isn't it when your opponent's on 6 points. They may have just missed that with everything going on. So it's like, okay, sure. We are fine with that. The Rune Runner is going to go up here. And we'll see. It's still going to be tough for our Jax player to hold here anyway. We'll see what ends up happening here as they decide to... Oh, I think I think they're just letting the Jax player fix things up. What I believe happened is the Jax player wasn't aware that Yi was on 6 points, and it is a little hard to see some things going on here. So I think we're just letting him do the best he can here to try and hold this point. Not just give Yi the free point here, but. Yeah, let's see if you can get over this, because it's still not very much. We've just given the Rune Runner another 2 might. So in total, what is that? I believe it's 9 might on this location. It shouldn't be too hard for the Yi to hit over with a White Flame in the back. So we're just going to see if he can. And if not, I mean, he can try and bolster this other location here at the monastery and try and hold there. And it looks like he can't, so we're going to say I'm going to try and hold here. And it looks like the Jax is probably going to have issues trying to come over here. Oh, especially with a second Rune Runner. This time on the Yi side, he has a Rune Runner. Not only that, he has a hidden card on top of that, just to be... Oh, this is gonna be rough. So the Jax is gonna go up to 7 points here, but that's nowhere. There's no way near enough to take this location. Even if he managed to first mate and move the Rune Runner over, that was a lot of might sitting there. So I think Master Yi is going to take it for this game. Very close. The Jax actually put up a pretty good fight. We saw some great back and forth, but that White Flame was really the nail in the coffin there. So yeah, just a huge might that Jax couldn't go over, and he didn't really get much use out of his quick draw for this game. So we're gonna have to see if he manages to bounce back here. There's gonna be some time for some side decking as they try and adjust their builds to their opponents here. Of course, the Rune Runner is really good in against the challenge, so you don't get challenged, and that's great. But I don't think that's enough to hold them. So I wonder if they're going to be sided out. We're going to see what they decide to change up here. But yeah, this is round 2 out of 4 before we go into top 4 here at the Summoner Skirmish in Chupacabra Games in Joliet, Illinois. We had 10 players in participation here. We had 3 Draven players, 2 Kaisa, 2 Aurelia, 1 Yi, 1 Jax, and 1 Ornn. So yeah, I keep mentioning I'm really excited that we had like a kind of varied field here. There's no real standout. Even only 3 Draven players with like 2 Kaisa and 2 Aurelia right behind it. I'm excited. Because I think one of my concerns with Summoner Skirmish was I was like, oh, like since there's no benefit to playing other legends like we do at regionals, where we see a more varied field of regionals thanks to those metal cards. Without that kind of benefit, then I was worried that there were just gonna be a bunch of Draven players and we were just gonna watch Dravens all day. But that is not the case. We're seeing some really interesting legends in participation here, so very exciting to watch. But yeah, we're gonna side out and see how this goes. I'm very interested to see what they do decide to side into this matchup here, and if that's going to be enough for the Jax player to take this game from this Yi player. But yeah, we are going to be wrapping that up very soon. But yeah, we are almost ready to start game 2 of round 2 between Master Yi and Jax. We did see Master Yi take game 1 here, and now he will be on the draw against this Jax player. Valmod's Lair as a location of choice, while Jax is going to be picking up the Dreaming Tree, which is kind of going to be good for both players here since they're both green decks. So we'll have to see who takes the game here. But yeah, Jack's going to start things off here. He will be getting his 2 runes, and let us see what we are going to be starting with here. A Brutalizer to start. No unit, so he won't be able to conquer really early here. But going to have an equipment ready for the future. And again, we get some Sand Soldiers from the Yi player being developed. And that is going to be the turn. And back to the Jax. We are going to start with 4 runes. Let's see what gets developed here. Aphelios, there we go. So this is going to be an Aphelios build for the Jax. Aphelios, a very good champion to pair up with this Jax Legend. While we do get to equip a lot of cards for free here with Jax, or not for free, but for less power than usual with the Jax. Every time the Aphelios gets equipped, he gets to choose an ability. He gets to either ready 2 of his runes, he gets to channel a rune, or I believe the other one is I have to check, but it's the one that's less used of the 3. But yeah, Aphelios, it's going to be an interesting character. So first, the Master Yi does get to, with the first mate, he gets to conquer the location and come back and be safe from this Aphelios. But yeah, Aphelios in a very interesting position here right now because the Brutalizer is not the best equipment he wants to equip just to get his ability off. But if he does have to do it, he might just have to do it to be able to generate an additional ramp. He has to ramp up a rune that might be worth it. And like we mentioned with the Jax ability, if he so pleases, he can also just use it to re-equip the Brutalizer onto the Aphelios itself to trigger his ability on the following turn, or just to get the Brutalizer again reactivated. But Warmogs is a really good pickup here. Now we don't have to waste that Brutalizer turn by just equipping the Aphelios right now and getting his ability off. He's going to channel that 1 extra rune for the Aphelios ability. And we'll see if he goes for the Conquer here, because if he does, then he will be able to buff himself off of the Warmog's activation. And he is going to go for the Dreaming Tree here. He's going to get the point, and he's going to get the buff. And oh yeah, okay, so his third choice is to buff a unit. So very much not going to be his choice here, obviously, because the Warmogs is already doing that for him. He does not need the buff. He's going to use the Warmogs to get that off. So yeah, gets to channel a rune for free here. And hopefully be able to hold against this Master Yi, whatever he has planned for the following turn. But yeah, it's going to be back to the Master Yi's turn here. We have, I believe, 3 runes standing for the Jax player. So plenty to respond with if he so chooses, and as long as he has it in hand, of course. First mate and a Sand Soldier in the back for Master Yi. Valmods is a pretty good location for him. He can hold it pretty confidently, knowing that his opponent usually doesn't want to leave a unit stranded there. So even something like a first mate, yeah, going up there, now it will just continue to hold with 5 might every time an enemy tries to move into it to attack at least. So that might earn him a lot of points here. But he's just going to charm the Aphelios over. Very interesting choice here. So the Aphelios, it has 6 might. If he charms it over, he will still have to buff this first mate somehow. First mate is only at 5 with the Master Yi's ability. Aphelios is staring him down with, I believe, 6. So here we go. Discipline, of course, is going to be the answer here. Hoping that that is enough to go over this Aphelios. Yeah, the first mate is standing here with 7 might, thanks to Master Yi's ability and the discipline. And the Jax player will have to respond here. He's going to choose for Counter Strike to try to avoid damage this turn. This is Jax's signature champion spell, which means that the Aphelios is immune to damage for this turn, so he won't be losing his life here. But if he does lose combat, he will still have to eject himself into the base here. Yeah, he does also get to draw a card off of this ability, so very nice there. And he does survive this interaction. For now, this is just a one-time occurrence that he avoids damage. It's not for the whole turn, so if we find another way to get this Aphelios back into danger, say with another charm or with a challenge, then we'll probably still see the Aphelios go down, but that does not look like the case at the moment, as the Sand Soldier takes the Dreaming Tree, getting the Master Yi ahead in points once again. But yeah, very well played from the Master Yi player so far. He's navigating around this Jax very well. He's up in points again, so we'll see if the Jax manages to wrestle control back, if at all. We do have a Stellarcorn plate in the back, so if this ends up surviving, we'll see the Master Yi refreshing his hand quite a bit. Yeah, it's getting a little loud out there, so I hope you guys can't hear too much of that. But we will see the Felios get ready here. Uh, it is possible to equip the Brutalizer if we so choose. But yeah, this is going to be a tough choice because do we want to go into the first mate here? Our Felios will definitely be stranded if we do. And the Stellacorn is proving to be a big problem in the back because if it stays alive for too long, then Masty just gets to draw enough cards to kind of answer anything we have. But yeah, Dreaming Tree is kind of the safe attack here because the Sand Soldier does only have 4 might, so it's pretty easy to take care of. Aphelios gets to conquer that pretty confidently. And that's kind of where we want to put the Aphelios, because if we put it here on the Dreaming Tree, then any ability, like for example this Discipline here that we activate on it, allows us to draw an extra card at least for this turn. And if we do any on the following turn on our opponent's turn, we can continue to draw. So very heads up play to get that Discipline down right now. And I guess we're hoping that we can find something like a Charm or a Challenge. We really want to get this Stellacorn off the field. Challenge is probably the best bet though. If we get the Charm, then the Stellacorn actually gets to draw off us moving, I believe because the Charm moves them onto the battlefield. So if we charm it over, it does draw a card. So if that's the case, this is kind of also the best place to be, because if we had taken over the Valmos there, then the Stellacorn can kind of move back and forth from the Dreaming Tree without really any like blowback, so it can do it as much as it wants. But now that we've taken the Dreaming Tree, if the Stellacorn can't hit over our Aphelios, or if they can't remove our Aphelios in any way, then if the Stellacorn decides to move the Valmos, then it can't actually move back, and it might be just marooned there with the first mate. So maybe Masty won't be drawing a card here, and Valmos is kind of coming to bite him in the backside. But yeah, we do attach that Brutalizer to the Aphelios just to give him the +1 might, but also just to activate his ability and give us another rune here. Aphelios already kind of paying for himself, and we'll see if he manages to hold against this Master Yi player. Yo, what's up, Lich Loaf? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the game. We are currently streaming our Summoner Skirmish here from Chupacabra Games in Joliet, Illinois. This is round 2. In round 1, we did watch Orin play up against Kaisa, and unfortunately he went down 0-2 against the Kaisa, but we have a very, very varied field, which I'm excited about, not just a bunch of Draven players. Our top tables might end up being Draven, because Draven is really good, as we all know, but we're not there yet. So we're going to try and avoid watching Dravens on stream until the end, because that just might be the case. But this was what I was worried about. Now that we have the White Flame down, the Stellacorn can hit over this Aphelios. We do have a hidden card though, so we are going to see if that is going to be enough to hold our ground here. It is Zonia's, so at least our Aphelios gets to survive. This Aphelios is evading death every single turn just by just barely with the previous turn having to play Counter-Strike to survive, but now we are popping the Zonias to stay alive once more. But yeah, Stellacorn did get to take the location, but now she is still on the location. We didn't get to move it back, so while Master Yi did get to draw a card off of the initial move, at least now hopefully we get to take it off the field here. Master Yi has scored up to 5. This Valmos Lair proving to be a really good location for him, as you kind of really don't want to run into this first mate, but it has scored 2 points for free just being stuck here. So very efficient, very nice. And we are probably, it's time to get this first mate off the field, because it is just getting too much work done right now. But yeah, first no response from the Yi, since he is all tapped out. He did have to spend all of his runes to play that White Flame, which means we should be able to knock this Stellacorn off the field too, as long as we have something to give the Jax. We do have a quick draw on War Mouse, which is perfect. That's all we really need. Yeah, it only costs 1, not 2, but yeah, we would normally have to spend 2 to use the Jax's ability to equip the Warmogs onto something. But since our Jax legend, our Jax chosen champion is on the field, his own ability gives all weapons quick draw, which means they auto equip onto the Jax right here, and is able to take care of the Stellarcorn and get the point. So not a terrible position to be in, but now both Aphelios and the Jax are vulnerable to this White Flame possibly coming in here. So yeah, hopefully we can find a way here. We are just quick drawing the Brutalizer right away onto the Jax, possibly a little preemptively. I don't know if I would consider. Oh, I see. I was gonna say this is a little preemptive because I would wait until my opponent comes in the following turn to make sure I get the +2 might from the Brutalizer being equipped the turn. But of course we have a challenge. That makes so much sense. So the Jax with the Warmogs equipped and the Brutalizer together is enough to challenge and take out the White Flame. And now Jax is suddenly ahead. He has both locations in his grasp. He is up to 4 points now. So if we do manage to hold this turn, we are going to go up to 6, but that's going to be tough. We'll see if we manage to do that, but we do have the Master Yi chosen champion still in the back, able to come in. If we choose to bring it in, we could just take possibly this Valmaz back from the Aphelios. It looks like Aphelios is also at 7 though. Yeah, okay. We're just going to play in the back, because both Jax and Aphelios champions on the locations are just really big. So I guess we had no way to get the Master Yi big enough to beat either of them. And especially with still some runes standing, we were worried about maybe some disciplines or something to get us above there. But yeah, looking good. We're up to 6 points now. If we do manage to hold these 2 points, we do win. Or if we hold 1 and conquer, because we can't get off Valmaz, so we are definitely trying to hold that point. But that might be a tough call with now the Faefolk in the back and a Master Yi still ready to deploy. We're going to have to see if the Jax has enough to keep this going here. Hidden card to help the Aphelios, so this might be what is needed to keep holding this point here. Jax of course safe in the back here, so we're gonna try to hold this point. It's really important that we do so because it will be tough to reconquer it from Master Yi. If Master Yi manages to fortify this location at Dreaming Tree though, it might also prove to be difficult, so we'll have to see. Master Yi is definitely on the back foot here though, because it's kind of, the onus is on him to be able to take these locations back. And not only that, he has to hold them the following turn, which may prove to be difficult. Because as we know, Master Yi is going to struggle a bit on the attack. He is very good on defense, but still only when he only does it with one character. Which he does have big characters now, so that is true. But Jax can also get his characters very big thanks to his equipment. So we'll have to see how this goes. Stellarcorn being played here in the back with a first mate, so we do get to ready it and we do get to take the Dreaming Tree. So we do get up to 6 points here at the very least and draw a card. Now the question is, can we take this Aphelios? And after we do take this Aphelios, can we hold? Because if we can't, it might be better just to move up and try and keep the Dreaming Tree under lock here with our Faefolk. Yeah, we're going to have to see. Yeah, this is turning out to be a very close game between both players. Master Yi did take game 1, so if Jax gets this game, we are going to be moving on to game 3 to decide who wins this round 2 match. Master Yi still has a lot of resources in the back, but he only has 3 runes left after that Stellarcorn play. So we're just going to pass back. So we're going up to 7. We're not even going to move the Faefolk up. That is a very interesting choice. I wonder if we're going to dial that back and figure that out, because if Jax manages to take this, it could just, that's it. So we're going to have to see if this was the right decision. We're being a little greedy, but perhaps Master Yi is worried that if he spends too many resources to try and hold this location here, then he won't be able to conquer the following turn anyway. There's a Phalos is really big with a hidden card there, so he doesn't want to spend too much to hold this location, because if he does and he ends up keeping it. If he can't take the other location the following turn anyway, there's no point in doing so. But yeah, Jax Legend going to come down. I believe he's just re-equipping the Brutalizer, as I mentioned. He's just targeting it to re-equip it onto the Jax to give it the +2 might again. And he's going to quick draw this Guardian Angel before going into this location here. So Jax with, it looks like 5, 6, 9, 10. And we have a Thwonk in the back for the Master Yi. That is why he was so confident not keeping too much on this location. He didn't have to expend it, since the Thwonk just stuns the Jax, sends it back. It is stunned for the turn. The first mate is not going to do it, because your Jax is still stunned. Your Jax is stunned for the turn. So he's going to have to think about if he wants to actually move the Aphelios back to do it instead. Yeah, that is an interaction probably people aren't very used to, which is that when something stuns your unit, because we don't see many stuns, we don't see stuns too often, being able to stun a unit makes it stunned for the entire duration of the turn. So if you try and send it back in, it's not enough. But yeah, we're gonna see if this is enough. So the Jax player is just going to opt to try and hold instead. He did already play the first mate, so he's just saying, alright, I'm going to use it to try and bolster this location, and let's see if you have what it takes to take it from me. The Yi suddenly has turned the tables. He does have the Master Yi champion he can still deploy. Is the hidden card going to be enough to hold off this entire battle? That is going to be the question. If it is, then the Jax player may have stumbled here. If he had just sent the Jax over to bolster this location with the Aphelios, that may have been the correct move instead. But yeah, I'm unsure if he paid the deflect cost, but it might not matter at this point. Well, we'll have to see. On guard, on to the Fey Folk. It's gonna go up to 8, and we're going to play a counter strike. Oh, this is great. Deflect. I was gonna say this is a great defensive card, because if you manage to survive the battlefield and don't take the damage, then your opponent actually gets expelled because he can't get your character off the battlefield. But a deflect makes sure that Counter-Strike is not deployed. But another Counter-Strike to follow. This one surely goes off unless the Master Yi has another Defy in hand. This Counter-Strike is going to keep them alive here because there's a Aphelios in the back. Yeah, it will survive this fight at the very least. Aphelios has 5, 6, 7 might, so that is why he manages to that's why he played the Counter Strike, to make sure that it survives this battle. It's going to remove the Faithful from the board. They do get to get the resources from the Faithful, because the Aphelios still does damage back. I believe that's the case. It looks like we have some, like, we're deciding what's going on here. Oh, the showdown's not over yet. He was deciding if he wants to save this first mate, it looks like. But yeah, the Counter-Strike is just going to prevent damage for this one instance. It's not for the turn. So if the Master Yi player finds a way to come back and take this location again with the Master Yi in the back or something, then it could still be over. So let's see what... I'm really interested to see what this hidden card is, especially because if it's just Zonius, it's not going to help win this game. But if it's something else, if it's something that bolsters this fight, then we're going to see something. And the hidden card's going active. Is it just Zonius? It's just Zonius. He keeps the first mate alive. And oh, I don't know if this is going to be enough. That's not going to be helpful for this game, because having things in the back isn't enough. You really need things to help keep your Aphelios alive here. And our Master Yi player still has a lot of runes standing. He gets the Master Yi out. Our Aphelios is at 7. But with the Master and the first mate in the back, that should be enough to take it out. And our Jax is tapped out, so that's going to be it. That was such a close game. Yeah, if Jax had just fortified the location instead with the Jax, he probably would have won that. I don't think the Master had a way to get over it. But close game, or close game nonetheless. That was an amazing game to watch. We saw the battle between the green-orange players. Of course, goes down to the wire, but Masty edging out this Jax. He's gonna go to 2-0 and be one of the top decks remaining. So yeah, that was round 2 of 4. And yeah, we still have 2 more rounds to go before we cut to the top 4. So it's gonna be some fun games up ahead. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. We'll be back very soon. Once again, if you guys didn't see, this is what our players will be playing for. We got a little trophy here. It's going to go to the first place player. So they're going to win this along with the mat. And yeah, because, you know, yeah, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to. we're going to be back really soon for the next round. So yeah, stay tuned. Alright, what is up, guys? We are back. Round 3 is starting. And of course, we could not avoid him for very long. Draven is finally here. We are broadcasting table 1 for you guys. So, Master Yi, undefeated 2-0, is still going to be. There's the same Master Yi player as before. So, he's still going to be up here. He is finally having to play against this Draven player, though. But, yeah, this is going to be round 3. We have the current table 1, the current 2-0s. We are playing 4 rounds total. So the penultimate round. And after this, we are going to cut to top 4 to see who manages to win it all. But yeah, we are going to have Master Yi against Draven. And I believe there is one more undefeated player currently, and he is also a Draven player. Everyone else is 1-1 or below. But yeah, looking to start very, very soon. My apologies, the last round ran a little long. There was a Aurelia and Draven matchup that was just down to the wire. It was super, super close, so we did have to watch that. But yeah, Aurelia was really close, but it did end up losing at the end, so it is getting bumped down to 1-1. So yeah, still a lot of chances to make it into the top 4. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, nobody is quite out yet. Everyone still has a chance to make it. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, Master Yi going to start with the Forge of the Fluff that we saw earlier. And we get Targon's Peak to start from the Draven. And Draven is going to start trying to get some gold, some free gold from this unit. And let's see. Ooh. I'm going to keep playing with the music, and I don't know quite how much you guys can hear, but yeah, hope you guys are having a good experience. Do let me know in the comments if there is anything you want me to change, anything you want, yeah, if I'm not loud enough, if you can't really see it well enough. But yeah, off to a good start. Our Yi, unfortunately, looks like he misses turn 1. And turn 2 with 5 runes, he only gets a Zonia's out. A really, really slow start against Draven. Draven did get the Chosen Champion out on the second turn with the Treasure Hoarder at Targon's ready to go. And we are going to have Draven's biggest fan here to try and hold this location on his lonesome. Again, Master Yi has no units out yet, so he is just kind of getting the run of the place at the moment. Gaining 2 gold so far from the Treasure Hoarder. And now we get Noxy and Hopeful to support the fan. And that's starting to become a problem. Now it's going to be hard to take that location back. We do get Rune Runner out on the following turn for Master Yi. There is a Zonia's ready to support her. So that's going to be a tough card for Master Yi to deal with, because we can't target her with the rebukes. We can't target her with fighter flights. Wherever she's going, she's probably going to be staying until we pull something. But Draven already off to a really fast start, since Master Yi effectively missed 2 turns and on the draw no less. So we get to move the Treasure Runner once again, and we are up to 3 gold now in the back. Nox is Hopeful going to go on the defense, go back to the base, and prepare for the following round. We are still at 5 points, not quite in striking range of victory yet, but already so close. And our Master Yi is still at 0 points. He must have just not had the best starting hand, unable to play basically for the first 2 turns. But we'll have to see and hope that he can make a comeback here. But yeah, starting off, the Rune Runner is finally ready. At least we can try to have a combat here. There is a hidden card with the Draven. We have to wonder, what is that? Is that Fight or Flight? If it is, he could just target himself and keep the Draven unit safe. But no, we are going straight to this location, which is really nice. The fan can't target the Rune Runner here, so we might just be winning this location outright. Rune Runner already proving to be a very good card. Yeah, fan, no effect. We love to see that. But Rune Runner finally gets in. Master Yi scores his first point, but he's quite far behind. So we'll have to see if he manages to come back here. Another Rune Runner, is going to be a problem for the Draven player to come back from. Well, let's see what he has. A Darius here could be problematic. It can just hit right over the Rune Runner, but we do have a Zhonya's ready. But if Draven does manages to take this location from the Master Yi, then he will be going up to 7 points, and it'll be very, very difficult for the Master Yi to come back here. We'll see if this will end up being a fast game or not. If so, we might have an extended break, so we will have to hope for that not being the case. But Bryn here coming down, which means that he's going to be coming for a big turn here. We'll see if Master Yi is going to react first. It looks like we are on guard before the Bryn here takes effect, because once Bryn here is played, then Master Yi can no longer play any more reactions or actions or anything for the turn. So we had to preemptively react with the on guard there, so that now the Rune Runner is at 7 might at least. It's not the easiest thing to take over right now. We'll have to see what is going to be the play, and it looks like the play is going to be to try to hold against the second Rune Runner. There is a hidden card here, but yeah, it looks like the good question. I'm not sure if they remember the Targons. I will say the Targons battlefield is probably one of the most forgotten ones out of all of the battlefields, right next to some legend abilities. But they may be forgetting to ready runes off of the Targons, which would be helpful. But in that situation too, with the Bryn here coming down, I'm not sure how much help that would be. But yeah, it looks like Draven's going to try and fortify this battlefield. We'll see if this Rune Runner is able to take it. It is interesting. The Draven will be able to buff itself if the Rune Runner decides to go in. And that will be a little rough. Master Yi is coming out though. So, yeah, this may be an issue. We'll have to see. Yeah, it looks like he did miss the Targon's trigger when he did conquer. Especially when it's the opposing battlefield as Targon's. I've noticed a lot of people tend to forget. But yeah, remember your battlefields, guys. Remember your battlefields. But yeah, this is a really stacked battlefield. We have the Draven champion, we have Bryn here, we have Noxus Hopeful, and a hidden card. The hidden card probably not very useful against the Rune Runner, but now that Master Yi is in play and probably trying to aid in taking this battlefield, it's going to be a little harder to take. But yeah, we're going in right now. We are starting with a punch first on the Rune Runner. Of course, we want to target the character that is probably staying around and unable to be targeted with the likes of Rebuke or the like, any of that. So we currently have, I believe that is 16 might going into a current 13. Fight or flight is going down. Of course, we are going to try and take out this Master Yi. Defy, though, ready already. The fight or flight is not going to be moving this Master Yi back. There is another fight or flight. I am just kidding. It is going to be moving the Master Yi back. I am just kidding again. It is not going to be moving the Master Yi back. This is the kind of green shenanigans we love to see. We just want to be canceling every card that comes our way. Master Yi is staying, and it is going to be continuing this battle. We are looking at 16 into, I'm not sure if the Draven ability was activated here, but even if it was, I believe that's the 15 total. We have 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. It should be 15. So even with the Draven ability activated, it's still not enough to fight this. And yes, it is going to be the case. It's just one short. The Master Yi does hold, so that was clutch. Having the not so fast, having the defy to take care of both of the fighter flights gets him the battlefield. And now we've removed effectively all of Draven's units from play, but Draven can always very quickly come back in. The Zhonya's also saving the Rune Runner. These Rune Runners are coming in super clutch right now. If our opponent does find a way to take care of this Master Yi, there's still going to be no way to get rid of these Rune Runners off Rebukes or anything. He will just have to just use something like this Darius, which is very effective in getting the job done, especially if Master Yi is completely out of runes here. Draven is sitting very pretty at 6 points. If he does find a way to conquer both locations here, he does get a win, but that is going to be a tall order with no cards ready yet. He already had to spend 5 for the Darius. He's probably going to be trying to take one of these locations. We'll have to see which one. If he does take the Targon's Peak, I'm assuming he will remember to get the 2 runes from it. It is his location, so that is the presumption here. But what is going to be played with this Darius here? It's going to be one of the first Forerunners. So this is going to be a problem in the back now. That's going to be like once that comes in, that's going to be have to be dealt with very soon. But Darius at 7 might. Oh, but Master Yi's effect. Rune Runner is also at 7 might. So I've forgotten it at this point, and maybe the Draven player did it as well, or he thought that was a very necessary trade, which it kind of is when you're kind of struggling to get rid of these Rune Runners. Like none of your abilities are going to be active, but it does look like he forgot as the Master Yi had to point at the legend to remind him that the Rune Runner was at 7 might. So now with that trade out of the way, we have the first Forerunner in the back. Master Yi managed to survive on this Forge of the Fluff. He goes up to 4 points. He is probably going to continue have to fortify these battlefields. He's going to charm the Forerunner over, and with the Master Yi legend ability, the Master Yi will survive this combat. He goes up to 8 might. Now there's only 2 bots in the back. They are each 3 might strong, which might not be enough to take any of these locations. The Rune Runner can almost safely go up to this Targon's Peak here, and we'll see if he remembers the trigger this time. Goes up to 5 points. Won't be able to win yet, but he is looking very strong on the board right now, with Draven struggling to come back a little bit. Master Yi going to play the Desert's Call. He's going to make 2 Sand Soldiers. He's going to do them in the back. He doesn't want them to interfere with the Master Yi legend ability, and they're just going to have to be ready for later. And we are going to go back to the Draven player. We unfortunately can't see the runes right now, but we know he has a bunch. We'll see if that's going to be enough. These are really big characters on the board right now. He has to overcome 8 might at the Forge of Flight or 7 at the Targon's Peak, and Rune Runner can't be touched by any spells or abilities. So I think he's going to go try to get rid of this Master Yi. The third and final Fight or Flight from his deck being played here. And do we have something to counter this? It looks like we do. It's another not so fast. We are not allowing Draven to do his shenanigans. We don't want him to win combats. We don't want him to draw cards. It's going to be a hard bargain. Are we going to pay to counter this? I don't think we have enough. It looks like we don't, because we only have 3 runes standing, and I believe he repeated the hard bargain to make sure that that was the case. So we do get that Conquer win. We do get to score a point and get a draw off of the Draven ability, because that is just how Draven works for some reason. But here comes the stack deck. We are going to look at 3 cards. The first stack deck of the game, very unorthodox. We would probably have seen more out of most purple decks at this point. But Draven's biggest fan going to come down to guard this location, and is Master Yi going to have a way out of this? Because now he does have some in the back. He is going to go up to 6 points here. He is very close to victory. He just has to get these units off of this location, and he really does, because if he does not, that's going to be Draven's victory, and he's so close to victory. He can taste it. I can taste it. But yeah, if there is a way to get this Draven's fan off of the field, that would make things infinitely easier, where we don't have to worry about things getting removed. But of course, we're going to send a Sand Soldier in first, because that is the easiest way to do so. At the very least, we can take care of the fan and trade with it. We will lose a combat in that case, but of course we are going to have a spinning axe added to the fan. We're not going to give it up that easily. We're just going to lose that combat. We forced the Draven's hand at least to add the spinning axe to the fan to win that combat. He does win that combat. We'll see if he remembers to draw a card. I'm not sure if we did see that or not. But it looks like we don't have it. There's no way to get that fan and this location back, because that is one of the painful things about playing against Draven. If he gets to go up to 7 points and he puts a fan on that location, if you don't have enough units to crash into there, with that axe added to the fan to keep it alive, now anything you send in there, he can just throw the fan away and effectively win that combat. So very unfortunate, but very close. That was a really close game, so very nice to see what kind of combat tricks Master Yi has. He definitely has some side deck potential here. One thing I've noticed a lot of orange decks like to bring into this combat is like Cannon Barrage, which would have been a way to try and answer the fan. If he had done that and Spinning Axe had came down, that still probably would have been it. I'm not sure if he had a way out of that. He could send both of the Sand Soldiers in to trade a fan. That could have been an option. But yeah, that was super close. It was interesting how close it was with how slow the Master Yi was playing, because he did miss his first 2 turns essentially on the draw. He started with 3 runes, played nothing, and then he started with 5 runes and only played a Zonia. So I'm assuming his hand was just full of combat tricks. Like he did have a lot of Defies and Not So Fast to counter all of those fighter flights. So that could have been very much the case. But yeah, Draven coming in clutch with that hard bargain at the end to really secure the win. So very nicely played from both sides. But yeah, one more time, Master Yi will be on the play. We'll see if he will be able to overcome this Draven menace, which is running around. I believe, yeah, we have currently the undefeated Master Yi player at 2-0 and 2 Draven players at 2-0 as well. We have a slurry of players at 1-1 currently. And yeah, it's going to be anybody's game. We are going to be cutting to top 4 at the end of 4 rounds. This is currently round 3. Our players are going to be finishing their side decks, and we will be back at at the running for game 2 of this really close match. Yeah, that would have been interesting if there's an auction. It will be interesting if the Master Yi does cite in any auctions for this match, because auction actually is a great unit to play against Draven usually, especially when you steal those spinning axes and you can manage to run your auction into a combat and like throw it away essentially on your turn, then it could go away. But yeah, that would be interesting. I'm not sure how. It would have helped that match for sure, because it would have been able to essentially get rid of the axe, and then once you follow that with the second Sand Soldier running into the fan again, unfortunately you would have to lose another combat for that. It was still rough, but an auction would have been definitely nicer than a Navori Scout, of course, in that situation. Very interesting that the Master Yi does run the Navori Scout, though. We do see some of these green-orange decks enjoy running that, especially into decks like Kaisa and Draven, where they have to deflect to try and counter you. But yeah, this turn, our Master Yi does get his Sand Soldier on turn 1, but our Draven player on Obelisk actually gets his Draven, since he is on the draw here. He gets to channel 4 at the start to get the Draven off. This is one of their favorite things to do. But now that he's there, he can probably win this combat. And we lose a Sand Soldier here for probably nothing. We'll have to, yeah. Oh, right. Because the Master Yi Legend, did Draven not actually spend? I guess he didn't. Did he forget it again? I think he should have just used his Draven's champion ability to go over the Sand Soldier, but perhaps we've forgotten the Master Yi once more. This is... I feel like this is going to be a situation we're going to see very frequently for Master Yi players, where you're going to constantly forget that his legend ability. This is probably going to be the same against Ari, against a lot of these abilities that you probably aren't used to playing against, because like you're used to fighting Draven, you're used to fighting Irelia, Kaisa, Ezreal, and you don't really see Master Yi that often anymore, and you're going to get punished for forgetting some of these abilities. But yeah, we are going to get to conquer this location here with the Stellar Corn and draw a card. But yeah, this time Draven finds the stack deck pretty early. He does have a First Forerunner in the back, so that can come at any moment. But yeah, we are currently still 2 points for our Yi player, but quickly we're going to get a falling star to try and counter this. The Poro is alone, so if this does go off on the Poro at the very least, it will definitely take it out. But we are going to start with an on guard. We're going to try and keep the Stellar Corn alive here. We lose the Poro, we get to draw a card. That's not the worst thing that could have happened with a card like Falling Star. There's still going to be 3 damage on this Stellar Corn. It is at 5 might though. The Forerunner can still beat over it if it doesn't get anything added onto it. But there is 4 runes standing for the Master Yi player. There's going to be a Hopeful Plate in the back with 4 runes standing. That is a dangerous conquered attempt with a First Forerunner, which is barely over it with at 6 might. So yeah, another fan being played here. And that's going to be it. We get to survive this turn. Notably, our Stellacorn is alive, which means it will probably draw us another card here. We're going to channel. We are going to draw. I believe he forgot to score his point, but if he remembers, he'll catch it at the end of that, I believe. Unless I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, Stellacorn going to go back. We're going to draw a card. And first, mate, we're going to ready it. Oh, we're doing Aurelia things without being in Aurelia. We are readying the Stellacorn. We are scoring. Yes, so we're catching the point, I believe. I'm not sure if he's forgetting a point or not. I wasn't paying too much attention. But now our Stellacorn is in Valmos, though, and it's probably going to be stuck there. I don't see it coming back, but maybe our Master Yi player wasn't expecting him to come back either, because we're staring at a lot of power. If they decide to maroon themselves in Valmos to take care of this Stellacorn, then it's probably a good trade for us. We do have a lot of runes standing still. I'm not sure if we've passed turn yet, but if we are... Nope, we are not. We are going to play the Rune Runner, which did so much work for us in game 1. It almost locked us in for the win. It might prove to be way better in this game too, because this time we are ahead. How many times have you seen a Draven player at 0 points against another player? But since he did have to tap out everything for this Rune Runner, though, this means that the first Forerunner didn't have to think too much. It's just going to take this point away and take out the Stellacorn while it's at it. And Draven can probably take the other point too. The question is going to be, does it want to? But yeah, Rune Runner already going to be ready in the back the following turn. So we'll see how that works. There's also a fan in the back, so this can support any of the locations he decides to take. Probably wants to try and support this. It's interesting because the fan normally is just an instant, like, I'm going to send it up, I'm going to help defend one of my points here. But in this situation, we have the Rune Runner who's unaffected by the fan. If the Rune Runner decides to follow you to a location, you are effectively just losing your fan, which is a really good ability that the Rune Runner has to counter the fan. But yeah, we haven't seen much cards sided in yet, we're not sure what was sided in, but it looks like very par for the course deck so far. We got the Ferris Forerunner now on the Valmos, and we have the Tide Turner on the new location. It has just switched places with the Noxious Hopeful, and is trying to hold here. We have 4 points for the Master Yi versus the 2. Looking good for the Master Yi so far. We'll see if he can really edge this out or not. We do know his Rune Runner is basically immune to most anything as long as he can get it onto a point and hold. Always have to be worried about the Darius though. Rune Runner is going to move up. It's definitely going to take out the Tide Turner. Very easy conquer there. Draven usually doesn't have much answers. The really only thing he could have done would probably be add a spinning axe to the Tide Turner to try and stay alive. But that's going to be rough. But a Trinity Force being added here. This is a very interesting choice. We are trying to go for the kill here. The Trinity Force is going to add to the might total of the Rune Runner. But not only that, if he holds, he's going to be scoring some extra points here. And we're going to have a hidden card to support. This is probably a Zhonya's. We haven't seen many other hidden cards from this Master Yi yet. So we would have to assume that, which is a very nice pickup. It means this Rune Runner is here and it's going to be here to stay. But yeah, let us take a look at a Trinity Force. I'm just going to look up this card to make sure I'm not messing up. But I believe it gives the Rune Runner 2 might. And in the case that he manages to hold this location, which, yes, that is true. If he manages to hold this location, he's going to score a point. But yeah, I would have to think that this Master Yi player has a few more equipment in his belt, since one of his locations that he ran, which was the previous one, was the Forge of the Fluffed. I would think that there would be more equipments in his arsenal. We have seen the likes of, I want to say, did he play a Brutalizer before? But I don't want to make that claim with my very poor memory here. But this is going to be a hard location for Draven to take, because this is... He can't rebuke the Rune Runner. He can't fight or flight it back. He just has to hit over it. And if he hits over it and there's a Zhonya's ready for him, there is a Darius, which helps him hit over it. So at the very least, he can stop him from holding this point. But we do have to know the Master Yi is holding 7 runes up. The rune runner is at 7 might, but on defense with the Master Yi, it is at 9 might, so he has to add more to this Darius to even get over this card. A spinning axe would get the Darius up to 10 at the very least, but we know the Master Yi has combat tricks. He just has to because of how many runes he has standing up. So this is going to be big. And if the Rune Runner manages to hold, that could just be victory right there. If we scored the 2 points and we managed to take Valmaz too. But very heads up play. We're going to move the fan over to the Ferris Forerunner in Valmaz. We do this because we know that the Rune Runner is already at a location. There's a kind of a low chance that he's going to move over here. The Darius actually can't hit over the Rune Runner, but so we are getting the 2 points from the Trinity Force. Very, very strong play here. And we could just choose to ignore the Valmaz and just try and hold this point. That is a very good way to win. If the Draven player ends up not being able to hit over this location. But with the Darius already prepared in the back, there is probably a good chance that he will be able to take it. So we're going to have to see what we can do here. The best thing would be if we can take this location outright at Valmaz. And it looks like we're trying. So this is going to be the play. We're going to try and win this turn maybe. We're going to swap and trade with the fan here. Draven player does get to draw a card off that win if he remembers. I don't think he did yet. But Master Yi is going to come in and try and go in against the Forerunner. I'm assuming we do have to buff this to try and keep it alive. And it's going to be a punch first. That is expensive. I think we are floating one to do that. Or I'm not sure. But it looks like Draven doesn't have it. Draven has no response to this. Yes, it looks like we are scooping it up. So there we go. Master Yi takes it with a punch first into Valmaz with the Master Yi Legend. Very well played there. And we are going on to a game 3 for the first time. Our first 2 rounds ended in 2-0s, but now we got Master Yi putting up a fight against his Draven player, and we're going to go to a game 3. This is neck to neck. Like that Valmaz really came in clutch, I think, for Master Yi. It's one of the best locations to have against Draven when we force them to kind of hold a location instead of continuously trying to fight or flight our units back. That may have been the difference. Like, let's say if the Draven player had fight or flight or some, as long as he didn't have rebuke there, anything would have been prevented because that was Valmaz. So you couldn't even move the Master Yi back. That may have decided the game right there. If the Draven even had it, but if he didn't, then it ended up not mattering too much. But I believe that's a Ravenbloom Conservatory we're seeing on Master Yi's side. Let me just make sure the pictures line up. It is a little hard to see here, but it looks a lot like Ravenbloom Conservatory. Yeah, it is Ravenbloom Conservatory. So this means that when you're defending on this location, you can check the top card of your deck. If it is a spell, you get to draw it. So very interesting here. Alright, Ray, so yeah, you made a point to stop Draven to draw a card. They could have went in with the mate and the Yi. That is correct because maybe they both didn't think about it too much, but the fan can't send their units back because of the Valmaz. The fan is effectively useless up at Valmaz. So yeah, probably sending both of them was the correct play, but it's easy to look at the fan and you're usually like, I need to trade with this fan first so he doesn't send me back, and that's usually the thought you have to have. But yeah, with Valmaz you didn't have to think about that, so yeah, that definitely would have been the correct play. But Draven get to start off on this last turn. He does have Reaver's Row ready, so this is a really good location for Draven. So Master Yi's gonna have a big wall he has to go over. And I'm not used to seeing Master Yi decks in this current format, so I'm really curious if Ravenbloom and like Forge of the Fluffed are like very normal cards for Yi to have. But Draven does not have his turn 1 play, and Master Yi does have the Lonely Poro to start things off. And of course Draven is going to get Draven off in the following turn. We love to get that Draven down on the field as soon as possible. And yeah, Lonely Poro though, we're probably going to score a point. Are we going to go to Reaver's Row, or do we just not mind dying here at the Ravenbloom Conservatory, that's going to be it. We don't mind dying here. If we do die here, we do get to draw a card, but then Draven gets to get his gold and draw a card, so that's going to be tough. But we're not going to die that easily. We are saying if you want to take my Poro, you're going to have to really pry him from my cold dead hands. We're going to go for Trinity Force once again. This time it's going to go on to the Poro. Our Poro already at 2 might is going to go up to 4. It has 6 might on defense here. If the Draven wants to take it, he's going to have to buff himself with his legend ability and then probably add a spinning axe on top of it, because there's no easy way to get over this Poro, especially if we have 1 rune standing. If that is an on guard, a spinning axe is there. That is going to be the play. We're going to go in and we're going to activate the legend ability just to be safe, I think. We don't want to lose to an on guard here. So this is going to be 9 going into this Poro. I believe he did cycle. It looked like he was cycling, but not even the worst thing for the Yi here. Oh, he did forget the Ravenbloom effect. It's not going to go off because there's a Stellacorn on top. So he's going to cycle that Stellacorn. He does get to keep the Trigger Force, and he does get to draw a card anyway because the Poro did die alone. Draven did win the combat though, and of course there's a fan and a Noxus Hopeful in the back. Draven is suddenly ahead once again, and we're going to see if Master Yi can take this back. We saw Rune Runners are really helpful if we can find them, and we do find them. This is going to be big. This is going to be huge, and we have to ask, were auctions sighted in? And if they were sighted in, sorry about that, but if they were sighted in, then will the auction, can we take that spinning axe and maybe win this combat here? It's going to be what we're going to see here. But yeah, Rune Runner, and we have Trinity Force already ready on the field. That means that if we do go in and we do manage to hold, we can maybe get up on a couple points here. But yeah, we're retreating. We are retreating the Draven and the fan off of the battlefield. We don't want to deal with this Rune Runner because we can't do any tricks on it. If we can't buff ourselves any further, if we don't have any further spinning axes in our hand, that was a dangerous location to try and hold. But yeah, there's a hopeful here at the Reaver's Row. There's not much point going into it, as he will just send himself back. And are we going to try and hold this Rune Runner? We are going to get that Trinity Force attached, and he's wondering where he wants to go, and it's going to be Ravenbloom. There's no point trying to punt this hopeful back just for it to come swinging back again. And we're hoping we find some spells off the top with this Ravenbloom. But yeah, Zhonya is being played. This was a very good combination that we've had before. Just having this active means this Rune Runner is going to be even harder to get rid of. If you do get rid of it, it just comes back and swings again the following turn. We do want it to hold the point though, because that is a total of 2 points for us versus the normal 1. But yeah, this is going to be rough. The Rune Runner though has a total of 9 might on defense. We are going to send the fan up to the Reaver's Row to try and hold it as we move the hopeful back. We have the Draven and a fan in the back. This isn't quite enough to get over the Rune Runner yet. We'll see if there's anything like a Darius or a Spinning Axe or anything to try to get over it. But with so many runes left standing, you are not really confident trying to take the point anyway. So maybe the Rune Runner does get this hold here. We're seeing Master Yi kind of effectively using a hold strategy in a meta where it's really hard to do so. With this Trinity Force, we'll see if the Draven can take it, but it's looking like he is deciding probably not to here. Yeah, there's a lot to consider here, because with so many runes standing, there's so many possible opportunities for Master Yi to react. Not only that, he is still at Ravenbloom Conservatory. If he doesn't have a trick in hand, he very well may just draw it off the top. So very interesting card to play in this Master Yi deck, and it may prove useful right here. But if we don't take this point from this Rune Runner, from this Master Yi player, we can probably see them. Oh, they do have the Darius. So I was wondering if they had this Darius this whole time. This is pretty big, because now we kind of have a chance to go over this Rune Runner. Even if we do though, again, the Zhonya is going to save it, and you're losing one of these cards probably. You're going all in here. The Draven is going to activate his ability, so this is going to be, it looks like 9, 14, 15, 16, 18 might going in here. With the Rune Runner currently at 9, there's a chance we can remove, well, right now we can remove the Darius and the fan. I'm not sure if sending the fan up was the greatest choice. I guess he's really concerned about a punch first, would be my guess here. But it already looks like 9, yeah, it's 18. So it is 18 going into 9 here, which is really hard to get over. But we do have reactions. Let's start with, assume a discipline. Yeah, so discipline to start. We're going up to 11 into 18. At the very least, we want to remove maybe, let's say both the, I want to say the Draven and the fan. That would be really beneficial. If it was up to me, I would definitely take the fan out in this interaction because I don't want to deal with it later. Actually, you know, if I'm going into Rune Runner, it doesn't matter. If I can take out the Draven and the Darius here, I can just come back with a Rune Runner the following turn. So we're going up to 13 here. Our Draven is at 9. And our Darius at 7. We have 16 to beat. A Thwonk coming in. Are we repeating it? I'm not sure. I can't quite see the runes. But even if we Thwonk one of the characters, I think we survive here. And if that's the case, we win the combat actually, and our Draven player has to move back. So yeah, Darius survives and is forced to move back. We don't even get the conquer. We lose the Draven and the fan. But the good news here is we keep the axe. So since it was our turn that we lost the combat, we can re-equip the axe. It's going to cost us again though. But ooh, we get the hold with that Rune Runner. The Rune Runner really proving his worth in this matchup. It's so hard for the Draven player to get rid of these characters. Oh, he did forget the Raven Bloom. And maybe he didn't want to see that because he actually sees the Rune Runner off the top where he would have liked to probably play it on the field. But yeah, this is coming really down to the wire. Is Massey going to take out Draven here in this round 3? Where I'm pretty sure, yeah, if whoever wins this is probably a shoe-in for the top 4. He would just have to draw the last match to get in. So this is a high-stakes round in this tournament at the very least. We get Navori Scout, another good card to have in this matchup. Whenever this Draven player wants to target it, he's gonna have to pay that deflect cost, and he's just gonna play it in the back, and he's just gonna hold. I mean, why does he have to move? He doesn't have to because he has his Zhonya's already. If they do somehow find a way to get over this Rune Runner, which is already proven to be really hard to beat. With all, like, even with that huge might advantage that he had running into it the previous turn, he still couldn't get it off the field. Like, this is gonna be rough, and we'll see if he manages to do it. There's gonna be a treasure hunter being played at the Reaver's Row, so we can move the fan back, but the fan is not really useful here. We'll have to hope that it manages to get us a win here at the very end when we've, again, like in the similar situation to game 1 when he was at 7 points and the fan managed to save him. But he's trying to get rid of the Zhonya's right now. He's trying to Falling Star away this Navori Scout. We're not going to let that happen though. A not so fast, very quickly played. We don't want to lose the Zhonya's yet. It's going to be a hard bargain though. This will definitely counter it. I believe if he is spending 4 for the hard bargain, we can't remove that. So the Zhonya's is spent, which means the Rune Runner is actually vulnerable here when we move in with our Darius and the Noxus Hopeful. So actually playing that Scout ends up being a terrible. Like it could just cost the game here if we do lose the Rune Runner, which is a big card for us. We played 2 cards this turn, so I believe the Darius is up to 10 with 14. We do have a punch first, though. So this 14 is going into 14. It is a trade. We do lose the Rune Runner, but that was really expensive. That is unfortunate, though. If we had the Zhonya still ready, that would have been a much better situation for our Master Yi player. Instead, though, we are losing the Rune Runner. Our Navori Scout, though, is going to be kind of Rune Runner light here. Hope to do the same job with not as much going for us. And we did see a Rune Runner being bottom decked by the Raven Bloom. The Raven Bloom really working against us, unfortunately, this round. But Yeah, it's not over yet. We still have the Trinity Force. We still have a Scout. There is still plenty of opportunity here for the win. The Scout is going to go. Reaver's Row will activate. We're going to save the Treasure Hunter. He's going to get a gold off of it. But we are going up to 5 points. Are we going to give the Trinity Force to the Navori Scout and hope to hold here? And then maybe we can get the next point because we've removed the Darius. We've removed the Draven. Some huge hitting units already taken off the field here. And only, I believe, 3 cards in the Draven's hand. So there is a chance. We also have our Chosen Master Yi still ready. So if we can hold this point with a Trinity Force, that could be all it takes here. We don't even want that. We're gonna go Master Yi right now. We're gonna get our 6 point, and we're just trying to guarantee that we have a shot at victory next turn. Because if we ended the turn with 5, oh no, with a Trinity Force, that could have been enough. So this may have been a little. We'll have to see, but this is definitely not the worst play. We've seen a lot of big characters already removed off the board. The question here is, where are we putting this Trinity Force? Who is most likely to stay on the field here? Navori Scout is probably the better choice, because if they want to get this off the field, they're probably going to have to spend a lot of resources to do so. But it is at the Reaver's Row. There is an opportunity for it also to just retreat on its own. But yeah, Master Yi is probably putting all his eggs in this basket. We're going to see how this goes. Just a fan with an axe equipped in the back and a treasure hunter in the back for the Draven. Not very much up. We're going to need things like a Darius or something to try and take this back here. But actually, Master Yi has a really stacked battlefield here, showing 8 might on both sides if they try and attack into it. And the Navori Scout has deflect. If you want to rebuke it or something, it's going to be really expensive to do so. But at this point, it's worth spending the price to rebuke it, especially with the things like the Trinity Force attached to it. But here we go. Fight or flight targeting the Navori Scout. We'll see. Is there a counter here? I think Master Yi's thinking about it. And he's going to do it. It's going to be a defy. So we are defying the fight or flight. And this could be it. If there's no way to get this Navori Scout out of the way, this could just be it. Already a lot of expensive things spent by the Draven player. Already the Darius gone. A spinning axe is still equipped and ready to go, but is it going to be enough? He has to punch over 8 on both of these battlefields. This might be rough. And if it does come to the case where he does manage to take a battlefield from either the Master Yi or the Navori Scout, then really all Master Yi has to do at that point is to hold a single battlefield. So he can just stack the other battlefield and hope to win there. But yeah, we'll have to see if the Draven has anything. We can kind of see his hand a little bit. I see another fight or flight. So he does have that ready to go. He has a ride the wind as well. And I hope the players can't hear me as I speak out loud. I've been trying to keep quiet this whole time, but I'm getting a little too excited here. I don't think they can hear me because I did check earlier to see if they could hear me from all the way. We had them situated on the other side of the room, but I don't think they can. I'm hoping they can't, because I did just mention this whole hand. But those are really good combat tricks to have, but no units, notably no units. That's gonna be problematic. Another fight or flight. We're trying to win a combat here. We're trying to draw a card as we win a combat here. It's going to cost some runes to do so. We do have a ride the wind ready too. So we are getting our 6 point here. But yeah, if we manage to hold this location, or if we take this location back, that's going to be the win for Master Yi. Treasure Hunter going up. We're getting another gold, and this may be it. This may be it. We managed not to get rid of the Trinity Force just so the Master Yi doesn't just win straight off holding. But now he's going to try and not lose right here. We're going to have to see if that's even possible. He did manage to draw a card off of that Conquer win. But now Master Yi's at 7. He can go for the kill, or he can go for the hold. I would say going for the hold is way safer, but we're going to have to see what he ends up deciding to do. It looks like he only has 2 or 3 cards in hand. Not very many things. Yeah, he has a not so fast, and he has, I think it's an on guard. I think going for the hold is a safe thing here. He is gonna go for the conquer. We're gonna see if this pays off here. There is a hidden card we know is fight or flight, and now the Draven has to decide: does he want to fight or flight? Does he want to send the unit back with the Draven, or does he want to retreat with the Reaver's Road? These are all decisions he has to make right now, and there's no way. There's a Tide Hunter, that's it, and the Master Yi is gonna take it. Amazing play with some amazing tech that beats a Draven player. We don't see that very often, so that's a very nice to watch. But yeah, Master Yi showing off that he's like he's beating he's undefeated still, 3-0 in this game, in this tournament, and he's gonna take it. So here we go. Master Yi, we're gonna see him almost definitely in the top 4, and yeah, what a great game. We finally get to watch a best of 3, and yeah, it's been some really heads up gameplay from both sides, all the rounds, and we're seeing some high level gameplay. So I love to see it. We're gonna be back with round 4 very soon. It's gonna be the last round. We're probably gonna see a lot of intentional draws here, a lot of IDs, and then we'll see what we can broadcast in the following match. So yeah, stay tuned. All right, we are back, almost ready to start again. Round 4. We have our table 2 up on stream right now. Table 1, we're 2 undefeated. We had the Master Yi from the previous round, and I believe it was another Draven player who are undefeated, so they are both going to be intentionally drawing. So we get to watch table 2 here. We have 2, both of them are 2-1, so they're going to be battling it out, and a winner is going to advance to the following round in the top 4, and loser will probably be eliminated here. But yeah, this is the first time we're going to have a matchup. It's going to be Draven once again, but against Aurelia this time. Gonna be a really close match. We get overnumbered Draven against overnumbered Aurelia. So yeah, we're gonna see this really close match. It's gonna be starting very soon. And yeah, this is probably one of the matches that we would expect to see more often than not. So we're finally seeing it here in the round 4, and we're gonna see who is gonna be able to make it into the top 4 here. But yeah, Aurelia starting with Obelisk as the first battlefield. And we're up against Targons once again. This is the same Draven as the previous round. So he was undefeated on the previous round. Now he's hoping that he can maintain his hold into the top 4 in the following round. But yeah, just one mulligan off from the Draven. And we are about to be off to the races. I would have to assume that these 2 players are very used to this matchup. They must know it inside and out. So we're going to have to see how this goes. We had some crazy plays off of the Master Yi that definitely catching people that aren't used to Master Yi anymore off guard. But now we're off to the races here. Game 1 is going to be Draven to start. There is an Obelisk, so he gets to channel the extra rune going first. And we got a treasure, a hoarder. Was it Treasure Hunter? I don't remember his name, but that is the first play to start. And Aurelia gets to start the turn 2 with 4 runes here. We'll see what he had cooking with Obelisk, and what he had cooking is Stella Corn on first turn. A very, very strong play, getting that Stella Corn out super early, and hopefully getting some moves. And hopefully the camera doesn't shake anymore. I did try to adjust it so we could get a better view, but that may have been a mistake, as you guys might be getting some motion sickness from some plays being made here. But yeah, Treasure Hunter going to score the first point at Targons. He's going to be able to ready 2 runes at the end of his turn, and he gets to generate that gold. And Stella Corn being played on the first turn, though, that will probably mean that he's going to be drawing some extra cards. So very nice for the Aurelia to get that really quickly. Draven does get played, though. And that just means that this is the Stella Corn better have something in the back to be able to counter this play when it does go in. Yeah, but Targons means that he does ready 2 runes, so it is possible that this Treasure Hunter is not as easy of a conquer as he would think. Yeah, it is getting a little loud out there. I hope you guys don't catch too much of that, but this is a little bit of an open room. I'm not really segregated from everyone else, so you may be hearing some chatter in the back, but hopefully my voice is going over it, and if it's not, yeah, let me know, and I can adjust. But yeah, first, Stella Corn is going to make that move. It is going for the challenge move. We really want to get rid of this Treasure Hunter if we can, and we are. But yeah, Treasure Hunter taken out. And not only are we drawing a card off of the Stella Corn, we are going to get the Targon's Peak trigger at the end of turn. We're going to be able to ready 2 runes, which is something that Aurelia will also like to have in her back pocket. But yeah. The store is getting a bit crowded now, so we may have some chatter in the back. But this is going to be an interesting game for sure. I wonder what these players have in store. Oh, it looks like my camera may have frozen. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Oh, 1 second as I go fix that. Alright, my apologies once again for the scuff setup, but I got it running again. So here we go. We're continuing to watch this match between Aurelia and Draven. We did manage to take the point back from the Draven, but I'm not sure if we updated the score marker just yet. But yeah, my apologies. We did miss a little bit right there as I went to go and fix the camera. Draven is in the back. He's going to go into this battlefield actually with Stellacorn. It looks like Stellacorn had boots equipped to it. That's how it moved over to this battlefield. And there's a Lonely Pearl accompanying it here. There's a hidden card too. But yeah, we have a fight or flight. So this Draven with the axe won't be able to be getting this quite easily. Are we going to send it back though? Or are we going to send a Stellacorn back? See, yeah, moving the Stellacorn back here, we actually get to draw a card off of that move. Not only that, now that the Poro is alone. Oh, but we are going to hard bargain this. I was going to say, if this does manage to go off, that would have been a huge hand advantage for the Aurelia player. But yeah, this won't be enough to go over the Draven, especially if it buffed itself with the spinning axe. There is going to be a Defiant Dance though, so this is going to be a move over. So now the Stellacorn has a total of 7 might. With the Poro, that's 9, and the Draven is now under that because of the -2 that the Defiant Dance gives. And it looks like, yeah, we are going to get rid of that Stellacorn, but we lose the Draven, which is huge. And the Draven does not get a combat win off of that. Oh, I see. He's not using the score marker, but we do see that Aurelia has 3 points right now against the Draven's 1. Lonely Poro manages to hold at this location. We are really low on runes, though, on the Aurelia side, it looks like. Yeah, I'm wondering if he was moving, but it looks like he just tried to unready his Poro, but he's just passing for turn. So not much to play. Draven does lose their axe. And we'll see how this continues to go. Yeah, Aurelia is at 3 points. We do see the die on the Aurelia legend here. It's just a preferred choice to count his points. But yeah, stack deck coming off from the Draven side here. And we'll see what he picks up. It looks like he's choosing between Hopeful and a couple other cards that I haven't caught a glimpse of yet. Yeah, my apologies again if it is a little loud out there. I'm once again not in an enclosed room, so we will have to deal. But hopefully this is still coming in crystal clear for you guys. 4 runes standing for the Aurelia. There is a Boots of Swiftness on her board. She is just leaving it unattached as of now. But with the 6 runes, we are playing out the Ferris Forerunner. So this is going to be a threat the following turn. But we are holding this current location with the Lonely Poro, going up another 2 runes. And we gotta wonder if we're gonna leave the Poro here or not. If we retreat it, there's a chance it can reconquer in another location. But if it dies here, it's gonna die alone. We get to draw a card. It's not the worst thing. We could even give it the boost right now so that it can conquer the other location and get us a little more ahead of this Draven right now. But yeah, we are spending 5, so we are playing something. Are we playing the Chosen Champion Aurelia? That could be the finisher we kind of need right now. It's kind of amazing how many points we've scored without it being in play yet. And yes, it is coming into play right now. In which case, we probably want to save the boots. We don't want to equip it right now because we want to get it to choose the Aurelia to use her ability, where she's going to gain a might every time a card gets chooses her, and that includes equipment being attached to her. So we might hold that off for now. or we're not, just in case we don't want to be hit by an errant falling star or something to just remove the Aurelia. Better safe than sorry. We're going to up her might right now and just kind of keep her out of harm's way. Oops, sorry, I accidentally muted myself, but here we go. We're continuing with the Scuff stream. All right, so we actually used Aurelia's ability since the boots were equipped this turn. We get to use Aurelia's ability to spend a power to ready her and take this point. We're going up to 5 points here, and we're confident that Aurelia is going to hold here, which is it's very bold. We're going to see a stack deck coming from the Draven, though. He's going to find a way to try and conquer this point here. Probably, if it can't get rid of the Aurelia right now, that's going to be a really good play from the Draven. So he's probably trying to look for a way to do so. There is a Pharaoh's Forerunner in the back, which is a good sign. It's going to really make it a little easier to take care of the Aurelia, but it's going to be a little dangerous if we're just going to go into the Aurelia here, because there is some runes left standing. We have some buff cards. It could be another Defiant Dance, which was really good, but now we're forcing the Aurelia to have it. We're going to play the Bryn here right now. Playing the Bryn here, Playing the Bryn here means that the Aurelia can no longer react in the following turn after this trigger goes off. So we're going to have to react right now. We're just going to give it Discipline. That brings our Aurelia up to, I believe that's 10 might. So we have to get over 10 might to even think about getting over it right now. And do we have it? Maybe not. We are just going to go and conquer the other location. That probably means that Aurelia is a little too big to handle at the moment. And it's going to be already itself. We normally see Draven players follow the Bryn here with a Rebuke. So I was wondering if that was going to follow, but it doesn't look like he has it. He's just going to play the fan to help with the Pharaoh's Forerunner, but this is very not that proactive of a play. That Aurelia is going to go up to 6 points right now, just to the Dravens too, and I think that Aurelia can just very safely retreat here and kind of hold back to kind of go for the win here on the following turn, and she has plenty of time to do so. Like our Draven player is only at 2 points right now against the Aurelia 6. We have a lot of time that we can build the back if we want, or if we don't want to give Draven that time, we can try and close up the game in the following turn. But yeah, Aurelia's going to think about this a little bit before making that move. We're going to have to see what ends up being the choice here. I would have to assume that Aurelia is going to retreat here, because once retreated, we can go and continue for reconquer. But yeah, this is going to be the final round in our Spiritforged Summoner Skirmish happening here in Chupacabra Games in Joliet. This is going to decide who makes it into the top 4. The loser almost definitely won't have enough points to make it. So will it be the Aurelia or will it be the Draven? We already know there is a Master Yi, and I want to say another Draven player that are undefeated. I could be wrong there. It might be a Kaisa player. I wasn't sure which one was which, but definitely we're going to see 2 of them already up there, and these 2 are going to be fighting for that one of those final spots. There's going to be 2 open spots left, and one of them are going to make it. So we are going to be charming that Bryn here over to the Aurelia. This is going to mean that the Aurelia is going to win. The Bryn here gets taken off the field. That is a lot of might getting taken off the field right here. And the Aurelia is ready. The Aurelia has boots as well if he wants to go in to the other location. We do know that there is a fan there. If we want to go there, we should probably send the Pro up first to trade with the fan so that the Aurelia can get a really clean cleared there. But if we remove the Pharaoh's Forerunner, it's just going to make 2 more mechs in the back. So we'll see if that's the play. If we do this, then the Draven also does get a draw while we get a draw as well. So it's going to be a bold play. Aurelia's just gonna go first, so we're just gonna send it Aurelia first. It has the ability to be sent back here by the fan. That might be a problem unless we have a not so fast to counter it, or if we're just okay with that. I think he's thinking about sending the Poro too. This is bold. If we don't have a way to cancel this, we do. Okay, I was gonna say there is a not so fast to cancel the Draven, the biggest fan. So that means we are not just sent back easily here, and in this way, we are, but we'll have to see if this goes through. The Forerunner gets taken out. This does take out the Poro though. And now we're here. The Draven has made 2 mechs. We get our 7th point, which is very nice. But yeah, we do lose the Poro. We do lose the not so fast. I wonder if it was a more interesting play if we had just sent the Poro first. Sure, Draven would have drawn a card. Sure, he would have won a combat. But yeah, this is a little rough. Oh, good catch, Lich Loaf, with the deflect cost. I may have to bring that up real quick. All right, I think they are covering it at the moment. I think they are covering it at the moment. And I believe they're correcting themselves. I did try to mention it, but I think the judge caught it anyway, so I think we're good here. But yeah, we're going to continue from this point, I'm guessing. One moment to correct myself here. All right, sorry, I am back. my setup is very temporary and very scuffed. So yeah, I've said that word like 20 times already this stream. But yeah, we are getting there. It looks like we're deciding to get the Aurelia off the board here. And we just have the Lonely Poro left standing. I must have missed that. There must have been a rollback from the judge to see what was going on there. But yeah, Kaisa coming out for the Draven player now. The Aurelia not surviving is a big change here. We do still... the Kaisa's going to the Targons to make sure she gets the draw. But this is a little dangerous. The Aurelia is at 7 points here. It was dangerous for her to try to go for that Conqueror on the last turn. But yeah, Darius coming out now. We're going to see if this is the crackback that will kind of decide the game here. Poro will almost definitely not be able to survive. We are sending everything here. We don't want to leave this up to chance. If Poro will go down, we will draw a card. Draven is still only at 4 points still. We do have a turn to kind of recuperate and win back some battlefields if we so choose. But yeah, Aurelia seems on the back foot here. There is a Draven in his hand. Is that what he's going to play to try and win this back? Because if he plays it and he wins the combat with it, that's all he needs to win this game. He is at 7 points right now. Yeah, we're getting close here. We're getting down to the wire. It was very excuse me. It was very fortunate that we were so far ahead in points as the Aurelia player. This kind of gives us time to come back when Draven does one of these like crackback turns and scores a lot. But yeah, moving the Aurelia ahead. Guardian Angel though coming out. And we're playing just a sneaky deckhand. This is interesting. We did have the Draven. I don't know if we were worried about playing it, but not being able to play it this turn might be a problem because, like, what are we threatening next turn? Our opponent is at 6. Are we going to be able to... Oh, we could possibly score both points, but yeah, Sneaky Deckhand does go down, unfortunately, here from the Falling Star. Which would have been a problem, I guess, if we played Draven. But again, yeah, we didn't have a Guardian Angel, but we could have attached the boots. It would have been not straight up dead to the Falling Star there. Gotta wonder if that was the better play. But first Forerunner coming down. We're going to fortify this location, and this is a lot of might. This is kind of the problem playing the Draven. This seems really hard for Aurelia to take back. We are at 7 points. We were so close to victory, but losing that Aurelia on the previous turn, and now just having nothing on the board because of the Falling Star just is going to make it rough. Draven does come out, but we do get to ready him this turn because of the Aurelia ability. If we can win a combat, we might still be able to do it here. We're gonna get everything ready here. We're giving him the boost. We're giving him the ready off of the Aurelia power. We must be giving him a Guardian Angel too, I would assume. Yeah, we're cycling everything here. We're giving the Guardian Angel. The Draven is up to, I want to say, 9 might now. It's getting really close to winning this combat. It just has to get over this Ferris Foreigner and this Kaisa. We don't really want to send him into the battlefield with the fan because the fan just wins. Do we have enough to win here? If we take this combat, this is the win. This is a discipline. Is this all it takes? That's 9-11. We're up against 10. It's 11-10. Does the Draven not have anything? And that's it. That's it. I think it really takes it here because if this combat is won, the Draven just wins. That is the 8th point. And that's it. That is it. Wow, it really comes back. Yeah, that was a little concerning near the end there when he didn't have much. I guess I too forgot that he could just ready the Draven. Perhaps he was keeping the Draven in hand just to kind of make it a little less obvious what he was going to do. And that ended up working out really well. We see Draven had to kind of spend everything just to try to do his, what he's meant to do, because actually being able to play in this way, having the Sneaky Deckhand out on the previous turn meant that the Draven player couldn't just retreat everything and hope to conquer again on the following turn. But that always was going to be impossible into Aurelia, because Aurelia, when she uses her ability, she could have readied a character on the turn, taken a point, and once he takes a point, then Aurelia readies her own legend again, and then with the boots already there, he would have been able to score the other point. So that Draven was actually on the back foot there. It looked like he had both battlefields pretty locked down, but the Draven with all the equipment and with this discipline was exactly just 1 point, exactly what he needed to score that last point to win the game. So yeah, that point advantage ended up helping the Aurelia immensely, and that was a really close game that Aurelia finally ended up taking. And yeah, we're gonna go into round 2 here, and we'll see how the Draven player is gonna try and bounce back. But yeah, we are on the final round here of Chupacabra Games Summoner Skirmish here in Joliet, Illinois. Winner will be making it into the top 4, and they will be joining a Master Yi player and our other undefeated player that is making it into the top 4. I'm not sure if it's the Kaisa player or the Draven player, but we do have 2 undefeated players that are definitely moving in. So one of these players is definitely going to make it into the top 4, and the other will not. Though the other will almost definitely still be in the top 8 and win one of the top 8 promos, but he will be out of the running for trying to win the mat and trying to win the champion card and winning the champion trophy that we have just for this skirmish, custom made. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see who takes it. Aurelia already showing a really good mastery of their legend here. But yeah, in this Summoner Skirmish, we have 4 rounds, and we're going into top 4. You will get into top 8 if you have over 16 players, but we do only have 10 players today, so we are just going to have 4 rounds into top 4. But yeah, we are moving on here into game 2. We have the Draven going into Aurelia. Aurelia is choosing the Sunken Temple for the next location. And we have Reaver's Row as the Draven's choice. All right. All right. I just had a little chat with the judge. We were talking about what occurred there, but they should be watching for the deflect now. It's easy to forget somebody deflects, but it's kind of on the player to remember. And it looks like he did make the judge call, so he was aware that the deflect didn't go off. But we get to start off this game on our second turn. Draven misses their first turn play, so Aurelia gets the sneaky deckhand off and gets to steal a point here. Again, we're starting ahead here. The Draven is gonna go he's not gonna go for the Draven right away. He's going for a stacked deck, which means that the Draven won't be able to be played this turn. So this is gonna be interesting what he ends up playing. Normally, Draven just wants to drop the Draven card on 4, so we'll see. He must have another choice. It is a Noxus Hopeful. It's just another 4-might character, and he gets to do it in addition to the stack deck, so it is definitely not a bad play at all. And Aurelia going up to 2 points. Sneaky Deckhand doing their job and scoring 2 cheeky points before the Draven even gets on the board. And it looks like Stellacorn is coming out with 4 energy being spent. It must be the Stellacorn. And since this is it looks like it's the Reaver's Row, so the Sneaky Deckhand doesn't even necessarily have to get off this point right now. But you probably want to if you don't want to give Draven the combat win. Yeah. Different story against Draven. We don't want them just drawing cards for free, so we're just going to get off the point. We don't want to give them a combat win when we remove ourselves off of Reaver's Row. But now the Stellacorn is online. I was going to say, if he doesn't remove it, then this is going to be a lot of cards drawn. Falling Star, though, going to be the answer. That is what the Draven's looking for. We get the Stellacorn off board before it draws too many cards. And we get to take over the Reaver's Row and play that Draven out. So the Draven finally making an appearance on this turn. And yeah, we'll have to see how Aurelia bounces back. It did manage to steal 2 points early, but then is he going to be able to hold? Aurelia is going to come out. Chosen Champion comes out. He feels pretty safe. The Falling Star already went down, and usually you don't see Dravens playing more than 1 or 2 of them, so we're just hoping we don't get hit again. And if we do get hit again, technically the Draven will have to cycle another 2 runes because the Falling Star is going to hit the Deflect Aurelia. So maybe we're okay with that, even though we don't exactly like it if we lose the Aurelia Champion. But yeah, Draven going to go for that next point. He does not get the Sunken Temple benefit. No, he doesn't. But he's going to use a stack deck now. I was going to say, if I'm not sure if his ability activates when there's no other character on the board. I will check that real quick. But either way, spending a power and an energy just to draw a card might be too expensive anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to look it up real quick. Draven is when he attacks or defends. I don't think that applies if there is no opponent on the board. So he couldn't have activated his ability if he wanted to. But still going to take the Sunken Temple, still going to get that stack deck off, and we'll see what he picks up here. But yeah, he is kind of a little bit on the lead in the board currently, but Aurelia is not too far behind. There is going to be a hidden card. It could be anything. It's probably like either a fight or flight, but it could also be like a tide turner. Draven has quite a few different choices of hidden cards in his arsenal. But yeah, he's up to 3 points now. Aurelia is still at 2, and Aurelia readies, gets 1 extra might on the Chosen Champion. And we're going to see if it decides to go in here. Going into the Draven, so it's going to force this hidden card. We're going to see what it is. Unless we react with something else. Yeah, it looks like he's readying to deflect it. He's already spending the deflect cost. Or I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, we're going to go Defiant Dance between the Draven and the Aurelia. Aurelia is going to go up 3 might thanks to the Chosen Champion ability. Draven going to go down by 2. And alright, we've cycled one. We've cycled one for the Draven ability, and we're going for the switcheroo, which means we have to cycle yet another rune. There's going to be a not so fast though, so you've had to pay the deflect cost, but you get nothing for it. Not so fast on the switcheroo. You're not going to be switching our mites right now. And Draven is losing a lot of runes by the second here. If he reacts again, if he targets the Aurelia again, he's going to have to cycle again. He's going to choose not to do that. He's going to fight or flight his own Draven. He doesn't want to spend more runes here. He's going to defy it. He said, Draven, you're not going anywhere. You're stuck here with me. And he really wants to get this champion off the board, and for good reason. If we remove this Draven champion, that's going to be a huge turn here. And no, we're gonna rebuke. That is everything. We're spending every rune in our arsenal to get this Aurelia off the board, and we're gonna try and keep this Draven alive. Do we have an answer? Is that not so fast? It's a hard bargain, and we're saying, Draven, you've lost everything here, and you're not going to win this combat still. This is tragic. Draven is there's no runes left, and the Aurelia is still on the board, and you lost the Draven champion. That is crazy. There's a hard bargain in this Aurelia deck. There's so many counters. We're saying, no, you don't get to do anything here. This is my battlefield. This is my board. Oh my god. And the Draven is starting here with just 2 runes. He just gets to play the Treasure Hunter, and that's it. And he's tapped out. There's no response if this Aurelia manages to go off. Alright, Aurelia is starting off once again. He's ready, so he's back down to 5 might. But oh my god, the damage he's dealt already. This is disgusting. This is amazing and disgusting at the same time. But boost of swiftness. This is what we're looking for, and the Draven is tapped out. This is yeah, but it's fine because he is on the Reaver's row, which means that if he moves over, the hopeful can move back. But oh my god, that was just so much denial. This is one of my favorite things about green decks. You just say no. Exactly. You just say nope. No, you want to do that? No. Do you want to do that? No, you can't do that either. And now Aurelia is kind of safe in the Reaver's row as well. Like, what can Draven do in response here? We're up to 5 points right now. Draven is at 4, which is nice for him. But this Aurelia now has the boots equipped. He can go freely to any location he wants. Gets a gold for moving. Gets a point for scoring on the Sunken Temple. And he gets a Kaisa out. But the Kaisa's not strong enough to do anything yet, so we're just going to leave that there. Aurelia going up to 6 now. And we are still ahead of the Draven player. We could just move over to the Sunken Temple if we want, score that other point. Or if we find a way to get Draven on the board and score this point off this win, then we just win off the bat. So yeah, we're just going to play it safe. We're going to go get the point. We're going to get our 7th point here. And Aurelia is just sitting pretty here. Sunken Temple, we're drawing a card. Yes, Aurelia is over 5 might, so we get to draw a card off the Sunken Temple. And that was just a disgusting turn of events. We're going to hide a card with that. And we could just, yeah, we just leave all this rune standing. We're going to react to whatever you decide to do here. Because it's the onus is on the Draven. He has to find a way to win, or this is over. He has to take both points. Aurelia is at 7. So he has to find a way to get both of these points. I mean, one will be easy, but the other has an Aurelia on it. It's stacked with the boots on it. There's a hidden underneath the Aurelia. And you have, what is it, 8 runes standing? I think it's 8 runes standing. So this is going to be the difficult, to say the least, difficult endeavor for the Draven to try and go over. But yeah, he's thinking hard. But even he doesn't have the runes to do everything he wants. A rebuke would be his best bet here, but that's gonna cost him a lot too if he can manage to even get it off. If it doesn't get canceled, because the worst thing is if you try and spend a rebuke and then you just get noped again, then what can you do here? But yeah, even if you get this Aurelia off the battlefield, you somehow manage to score this point, you'll have to find a way to hold it. And if your opponent has a Draven in hand, then it's just over, because that's going to be the final point just off of 1 conquer. But yeah, Aurelia really sneaking her way into a close victory here. Thermal Beam going to go off. and we're trying to get that boots off of her. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but that's going to be what we try to do here. Not many other answers there. We are going to lose the boots. Aurelia is not happy about that, but that could have been worse. A thermal beam is an expensive way to get some boots off of the Aurelia. But yeah, unless you're running wind wall, there's no real way to counter it. All your counters are for little things. So just thermal beam going to go off, and we're going to lose the boots here, I assume. I assume that is the case as they're thinking over this. Yes, the boots are gone. And now are we going to send both units in and kind of hope? Yeah, that is we have to try and get this Aurelia off. It only has 4 might now. Is this enough to get rid of it? If it is a fight, it is not. There's a Defiant Dance. Aurelia is going up to 7. And the Kaisa is going down. So now we are 7 to 6 just off of this one combat trick. And yeah, I mean, that's it. The Draven loses. But oh my gosh, what a crazy turn of events here. That Aurelia just forcing the Draven to spend every rune to try and get him off the board, just to the end. At the end, still be like, no, you don't actually. You can't. My Aurelia is here, and she's here to stay. And once Draven loses like all those runes, then he just had no way to like get back into the battle, because there's no way to remove this Aurelia, who just put on some boots and just went from battlefield to battlefield and just took that game. So really, wow, that was a crazy game to watch. So yeah, I'm glad we all got to see that. But yeah, insane. That's gonna be it. Aurelia is gonna make it up to the top 4 to join our Master Yi player and our other player, and we'll have to see who's gonna join them. And I'll just have that report for you guys at the end of this. But yeah, that was crazy. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back soon for the top 4 match. Alright, what is up, guys? We are back. We are about to get started with the top 4 match for today. Timer started, and we are about to get running. So, the top 4 we have for today, I'm going to write it out in chat, but we have Master Yi and Aurelia, which we saw on rounds 3 and 4. And the final 2 players is this Kaisa, who is undefeated, and we have Draven also squeaking in here. So, we're going to be watching this Kaisa. Oh, never mind. It looks like it's untimed round. So it's going to be an untimed round here. We're going to have Kaisa against Draven on stream. And we have Master Yi that we saw on the previous rounds up against Aurelia off stream. So that's going to be our top 4. I'm just going to write it out before we continue as they decide what their mulligans are going to be and their battlefields. Alright, so we are off to the races, and it is kind of interesting that we see our top 4 is going to be Master Yi, Kaisa, Aurelia, and Draven. They're kind of the 4 dominant legends that we've had. Kaisa and Master Yi from the previous set, we don't see them very often right now, but I mean, they were dominant before, and now we have Aurelia and Draven joining, which are our 2 dominant legends from this current set. This is game 1 of top 4. So yeah, game 1 of the top 4 match between Kaisa and Draven, and we are going to be seeing Aurelia and Master Yi fight it off stream, and the winner of that is going to face the winner of this match in the finals for today. We have Targon's Peak for the Draven. It's been a favorite first pick for Dravens recently, and Void Gate for Kaisa, which is also a recent favorite. Kaisa gets to be on the play. We get to see the Poro come down for the first turn. And Draven immediately starts off with a stack deck. We want to see some cards, and then we also get our treasure hunter to start generating some gold, hopefully. But yeah, Kaisa might not allow that to happen. We know they have a lot of removal once you enter the battlefield, so we'll see just how much gold this treasure hunter ends up winning for the Draven. But yeah, Targon's Peak and Void's Gaze. Interesting choices. Reaver's Row might not be as effective for Draven in this matchup, but we're going to have to see how that ends up panning out. We get the Lecturing Yordle out for Kaisa. They get to draw a card, and I'm assuming they're going to try and score a point here. We're going to see, oh, Bellows Breath. Immediately, we're like, don't even get a single gold, because just on moving, the treasure hunter would normally score. But this way, we're just saying you're not even going to get any gold off of this Bellows Breath, immediately just removing it. And we're going to score on Targon's. We're going to ready 2 runes off of the Draven's battlefield. Kaisa already off to a great start. So yeah, we're going to have to see how these Dravens put up a fight here. So far on stream, the Dravens have been struggling. First into Master Yi and then into Aurelia, both losing on stream. So we're going to see if this Draven player has what it takes to show us that they can win this. This is the last Draven standing, so if he does not make it in this game, that is going to be all the Dravens. But yeah, Draven is going to be played now, just in the back and ready to go. But this is Kaisa we're up against, so this may not be as easy as it seems. So yeah, Poro is already on the Targons. I'm gonna have to assume that's gonna retreat. We're gonna see though. But yeah, immediately we're getting some removal. It is going to be a falling star, which we probably were going to see coming. We don't want the Draven to have anything on the board. And now that we've removed all units, we can kind of safely take and try and hold here. We have 2 points taken here. Going up to 3, we're going to play another Poro in the back, and these Poros also have Deflect on them, so they're going to be really nice. If our Draven wants to remove them, they're going to have to pay a steep price to get them off the board. But yeah, these little tiny characters are just going to be able to take points and might even hold them. We'll have to see what the Draven had in store here, but they've lost their initial unit, and now they've lost their Draven as well. This is going to be a rough uphill battle for them. And yeah, we are spending 3 runes and we are cycling them all. Are we about to hit some deflects here? Or what are we looking at here? So it looks like Falling Star with a deflect, and that is exactly what it is. Falling Star going to target the 2 units on the board here. We've paid the deflect cost. We're going to recall the Lecturing Yordle, a very good heads up move. Now we get to channel an extra rune, so the Kai'Sa is getting way ahead in runes here with the Draven having to spend out of his butt to get the Falling Star on board and have to pay the deflect cost. And now Kai'Sa gets to maybe draw another card as well once the Lecturing Yordle hits the board once again. So very much ahead for them. But the Draven might not have had a choice there. We really can't let the Kai'Sa continue to just get ahead in points here. The Draven's still at 0. They get to play their own Kai'Sa here, and we got to hope that this sticks. We were floating runes from the Falling Star, but how much? Yeah, we were only floating 1. That's what I thought. So we were only floating 1. So we do have the option to accelerate here. We really want to, but that's just another rune we have to accelerate. That's definitely not the best move here. We don't want to accelerate because yes, we will be able to score a point, but then our Kai'Sa is kind of vulnerable on the battlefield. But not only that, we have to cycle yet another rune after we just paid like a hefty price the previous turn. So Kai'Sa showing why she was so dominant in the previous set, when she gets to just ignore some power costs every turn, every time she casts a spell. And here we go, another Falling Star. Really, Draven not being allowed to keep any cards on the board here, and Kai'Sa going to score up to 4, already showing some like they're very much ahead here. And Draven's struggling. Draven has lost a lot of runes and they still can't manage to keep a unit on board here. We're accelerating a Kai'Sa just to get a draw. We're going to score up another point here, and things are looking really good for the Kai'Sa right now. Yeah, up to 5 points, just like the Draven was trying to avoid. And we got the Kai'Sa played from the hand, so we do know that there's still one available on the field right now. And Draven is on the back foot here. A Darius would be really helpful, but still, there's so many runes left standing still. Since we got to take Targon's Peak, we got to restand 2 runes here. Really much the Kai'Sa's at the advantage right now. But is this the Darius being played? If it is, then we would have to follow it with a 1-cost play. Otherwise, we're kind of leaving the Darius as a sitting duck once again. After we just lost the Draven, we lost the Kai'Sa to these Falling Stars. There's a low chance that another one comes in. But still, it's a risk that doesn't gain much because if we don't get anything off the field, we have to full pay for the Noxus Hopeful. Not what we like to see, and that's all we got. We did not have enough runes. We had to spend too much in the previous turns. The Poro doing wonders for this Kai'Sa player already, who is holding up to 7 here. This may be a quick match as he's going up to 7. The Draven's still stuck at 0 here. And I would just have to assume we're just going to full retreat and try to take care of it the following turn would be what I would assume, especially with our opponent at 0. There's no use kind of risking leaving things on the battlefield here. But yeah, we are going to spend 4 for a cycle, and we're going to get, we're just going to go off with the Piercing Light, trying to get that last unit off the field, but there is a Spinning Axe. And he chose to target his own Poro there because to get it off the field, it had to be done. That is a cost to pay for the Piercing Light. But it looks like that is just it. I wonder if you have to play Deflect cost on your own character. I'll have to look at that, but I would hope not. But Lecturing Yordle does come down. We do score another point. And we're going to keep going. We're still very much in the lead here. And I will have to try to see if I feel like you shouldn't have to, but yeah, Noxus Hopeful going up to score the Targons. We're finally earning our first point for the Draven player. And I am trying to see anyone to deflect. Opponents must pay. So yeah, it's fine. The Kaisa does not have to pay. So deflect reads that opponents must pay to choose with a spell or ability. So choosing deflect. Oh, that makes sense. Because if you're trying to buff a deflect unit, you shouldn't have to pay, right? So yeah, makes a lot of sense. But yeah, we are just trying to fortify this location because our Kaisa player is at 7. Somehow our Kaisa control deck has just outscored this kind of aggressive Draven that normally is the one that is, trying to score points aggressively, but he just hasn't been able to get any units to stick on the board. And now he's trying to hold this location desperately so that the Kaisa doesn't take a double conquer to win here. But doing so means that the Kaisa can just take the other location and try to hold that if they so please. They do have a Kaisa on board already, which means this conquer could draw him 2 cards. Since he's already at 7, he can't score another point, but he can draw 2 cards off of it. And doing so, if he manages to hold from this, that could be it. So yeah, Kaisa going for the conquer, no response there. He gets to draw 2 cards. Now if he can hold this location, when Draven has everything on the left, the Draven could still manage to take this with something like a Darius or something, but still things are looking pretty bad here. Spinning Axe is attached to the Noxus Hopeful, so we do have 7 and 9 total might on the Targons, and there is a fan there, so if Kaisa tries to go in, it could just be quickly ejected back for a quick conquer win. But a singularity, we just are unrelenting, should I say, with these removals. And if we get these off the board, the Noxus Hopeful takes 6 whole damage. Singularity, not singularity. Singularity already went down. This is Stupefy. If this goes through, the Noxus Hopeful is done. It only has 7 might with the Spinning Axe on it. If this goes through, it goes down to 6 might. It already has 6 damage on it from the singularity, and that will be all she wrote. And that is it. The Noxus Hopeful goes down, the axe falls off, and it's going to be gone at the start of this turn. We're scoring up to 8. That was a we have a response. He was getting a little too hasty there. Fight or flight on the Yordle. Was like, hey, wait, you haven't won just yet. Don't get ahead of yourself there. But yeah, we are getting close though. We are getting very close. We're gonna play the sentry up with the Kaisa to help her defend, but realistically we're just gonna be drawing a card if the Draven does find a way to get this point. But yeah, 1 to 7 is looking a little bleak. We'll see if the Draven manages to claw their way back to victory here. That was a kind of desperate fight or flight to keep them in this game, but if it keeps us in the game and wins us the game, then it was a fight or flight well spent. But Darius coming in, and with Darius coming in, it probably means we're following with something else to try and take this point. If we do ready ourselves, our Darius goes up to 7. It is a Spinning Axe. Not the craziest. We would love to see another unit to help us in the following turns, but this is enough for now. If we get the Spinning Axe, we get the Darius ready. Darius is hitting for 10. We're definitely removing these 2 off the board. And doing so, we get to draw a card off the sentry. Kaisa still has their champion Kaisa ready, but Draven did win a combat. We are drawing a card off it. Finally, we get to win a combat. None of our units have been able to stick until now. But yeah, at the end of this turn, the Darius is going to go back down to 8 might. And will the Kaisa have a way to answer this? They definitely have a way to take a point if they so please. But this Darius, if it's allowed to keep staying on the battlefield, it starts to become a problem because at every turn, at any opportunity, if you play 2 cards, it can ready itself. So if that is going to be it though, unless Draven finds a way out of this. Time Warp will secure the victory since the turn ends and a new turn starts, and we get a hold point with the Yordle over here on the Targon's Peak. So I don't think there should be a way unless Draven hard bargains this, but I think Kaisa still has some rune standing. We'll have to see. But 1 being spent here, or no, there's no. They were looking at the rebuke. Yeah, they could have rebuked the Yordle. I think that was an option, but it looks like they were just saying that this is over. Like having to do that would be so tragic because Yeah, yes, sure, you bought yourself a turn, but that Yordle's going to come back down. The Kaisen can come out down for a victory. It was just going to be rough, but I mean that was close. There was a chance if he wanted to keep going for it, but it looks like we're just gonna go to game 2, and we're gonna make some mulligan choices to hopefully adjust better and see if the Draven can take this game back from the Kaisa. The Kaisa just found so much removal. Everything that the Draven played that was hitting the board was instantly removed, and that's kind of all she wrote. So yeah, game 1 of this final match is going to go to the Kaisa. Kaisa getting one step closer to victory here. And on the other table, we do have, this is a top 4. So on the other table, we have Master Yi and we have Aurelia duking it out. We've seen them both in previous rounds, and they're both being really, really good players. We can see that they know their decks inside and out. So we'll have to see which one of them is going to meet one of these players in the finals. But yeah, it looks like a quick mulligan, and it looks like they're almost done. They just know what they have to do. They're like, okay, I'm playing against Kaisa, I'm going to need this. And Kaisa knows I'm playing against Draven, I'm going to need this on their side. And yeah, they're going to be shuffling up and getting ready for game 2 here. We'll have to see if Draven manages to keep anything on the board here. It's going to be really instrumental to be able to get over this Kaisa player. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Kaisa, we see a lot lower to the ground list. There were a lot of low cards that were able to take points. So maybe not a complete control list. And that was kind of like helpful to be able to score early points, get a really quick point lead, and maintain it off of all these other control cards that they managed to draw. So those falling stars were insane, but the early Bellows Breath to also get rid of the what is it, the treasure runner, I keep forgetting its name, but the treasure hunter, the one that gets a gold every time it moves, removing all that super early so that the Draven player was just forced to do a desperate falling star to try to get the units off the board. Cost him 3 whole runes since he had to deflect for the initial Poro that was also there, and then he still couldn't get anything on the field after that, and then that unfortunately resulted in a loss. But yeah, we're gonna see if he can bounce back this game. If he gets any units alive and manages to score some points, win some battles, draw some cards, then we might see a different game here. Yeah, we're moving here into game 2 of the top 4 match between the Draven, between the Kaisa. Double obelisk of power from both sides. Draven is probably going to be on the play here, going to start with 4. Might be exactly what he wants here. Did he maybe call it? Because he gets to play Draven immediately here, but I don't know if that's going to be the best. Like that is an option he can do, but also the Kaisa will be starting with 5 on their first turn. They could immediately answer it. If they have Falling Star or something, that Draven is not long for this field. So we'll see if that's going to be the first play or if Draven's going to play a little safer here. A double obelisk start the first turn. Draven gets to start with 4 runes, and I think, yeah, he thought about it and he's like, I know what happened last time. If the Kaisa drew even a single falling star, that is the end for my Draven. So I'm just instead gonna go for that stack deck. I'm gonna look for some other cards, maybe a Noxus Hopeful, that would be great, and I could play a 4-might unit that you have to answer still. It's gonna be difficult to answer, just like the Kaisa, just like the Draven, but I would prefer you falling starring over the Hopeful than the Draven. But no, we don't find it. We don't find anything to play here. Or alternatively, we might just not want to play it yet because we don't want to get hit by a falling star. It could very much be an option. But yeah, definitely they don't want to start with a Draven, especially against a Kaisa. You're going first. There's nothing on the board yet. There's nothing to conquer over. So we're just going to sit back. But Kaisa gets to develop on the board here. He gets 2 different Poros. We get the Pirate Poro and the Pouty Poro. So one is going to deflect, which you don't like to see, and the other one is going to get you gold on Conquer. But a Ferris Forerunner quickly played in response. It's going to cost him 6, but gets a big unit on board and probably easy to crack back on the Kaisa. A Falling Star would get rid of this card, but at least if you do Falling Star it, it's just going to summon 2 more mechs to take its place. So it's not the worst. We do have 2 Poros here. We have the opportunity to conquer. We are going to go for 1 conquer with the Pirate Poro. We are going to score that point. We are going to generate a gold from the Pirate Poro. And what do we have in response? Or do we have something for this Forerunner? The Poro is going to move up to score the second point, so I would assume there is something here. Another Poro in the back. And are we going to go for removal, or are we just going to sacrifice? I mean, Poros are not big cards, and it looks like that's going to be the case. We don't really have to protect these Poros. One of them is going to go down, but that is not a price I'm willing to pay to score that extra point early on. And yeah, we're going to just develop that Kaisa in the back. And we did see this Kaisa player play a Kaisa from hand the game before. So the fact that he played this Kaisa from the champion zone would kind of say that he doesn't have it in hand, but that could also just be a mind game, who really knows. But yeah, first Forerunner definitely going to take this point, and we're going to get rid of that very annoying Pouty Poro, because the last game, it made him recycle one too many runes, so we're just going to get rid of it with a body if we can, and don't have to pay a deflect when you're running a giant mech into a Poro. And we'll see what the Draven has in response. So he did win the combat. He did get us to draw a card off that. Very nice. We are cycling too. It looks like we have a falling star to follow. And it is. We're going to target that Kaisa, get off the board. This is kind of vengeance. We're just doing exactly what the Kaisa did to us the previous game. And we're just going to get the Kaisa off the board. It's a little steeper of a cost for Draven, though. He does not get a discount on these power using cards. Spells specifically. But yeah, just a price I'm willing to pay to get the Kaisa off. It looks like we're just passing. We're going to leave 5 runes standing. I wonder if he doesn't have much in hand to play, or yeah, if that was a conscious decision here. We are readying and scoring a hold point. And yeah, we're still not developing that Draven. We really want to keep it in hand. We don't want it to get removed easily. And yeah, we're just gonna hide it. We're gonna keep it in the champion zone where it's safe. The Pouty Poro being readied here, and we'll see what the Kaisa has in store for us. It's going to be a Watcher. A Watcher comes down and reduces the Forerunner's strength down to 3. And the Watcher is getting played accelerated, which almost means it's definitely coming in for the Conquer here. But yeah, Kaisa. Oh, no Conquer. We're just going to straight up use the Hextech Ray to get this Forerunner off the field. But a Spinning Axe gets attached. So now the Forerunner is going to survive this Ray. It's going up to just 6 might this turn, though, because the Watcher is still in effect. So the question here is, am I going to run this Watcher in? I am. 7 to 6 right now. Does he have another Spinning Axe or another way to counter this Watcher? It is another Spinning Axe. So now we are going, the first Forerunner is going to go up to 9 might for the turn. We are countering this Watcher, and we're... Oh, and there's no answer. Unfortunately, it does trade with the Forerunner, though, which means it's not a terrible play here. We've gotten 2 axes off the board, because now that we've done this on our turn, the opponent can't actually reattach these axes. So not the worst play. We've gotten rid of 2 axes from our Draven's hand, but we don't get to score a point for this turn, and we're going back to Draven. He has his 2 mechs from the first Forerunner, getting taken off the field. He does generate 2 mechs in his stead. We have 5 runes standing. And yeah, Kaisa is more or less tapped out, I believe. He's had to play a Watcher the turn before, so it must have cost him most, if not all, of his runes. 2 open battlefields that are ready to be conquered if the Draven so pleases. There are only Poros on the opposing field, but still a little dangerous. But of course, we are going to go for those points. Second point earned from the Draven, already scoring better than the previous game, so we're getting up there. And really putting up a fight this game. Definitely going to put the fan out, and Noxus Hopeful also. So we are trying to fortify both locations here. We're just saying that you've spent all your removal, and the hope here is I can manage to hold both locations. And with a Watcher gone and only Poros in the back, this is very much a possibility. We'll have to see if another Watcher comes down. That would be a very, very disgusting play. But we'll have to see if that's what comes down. And the Kai'Sa's thinking about it. They're gonna have to decide what they want to do here. It starts with a Hex Tech Ray. We're just trying to take the mech off the field, which is great here. Now we're leaving the fan alone. Even if the fan takes out our unit by sending it back, technically the Draven does win a combat, but that is not too bad here. But yeah, that is what we're going to be doing. We're sending the Pirate Poro in. Oh, we're going to stupefy the fan, so now we're going to force... the fan had to decide before the Stupefy went down, because it's when he attacks or defend, if he is going to activate his ability, and he opts to keep it there because they were tied in battle, but quickly taken out here. Looks like followed by a singularity to remove the other two characters off the board. The Kai'Sa gets ahead once again and somehow found a way to remove everything off the board there. And now comes the Poro onto the other location. Kai'Sa is just scoring these points with Poros, and Poros alone. Nothing else has touched her battlefields except for Poros. And they're doing so much here after all that removal. But now the Draven's going to play their own Kai'Sa, try to get back on the battlefield here. Kai'Sa going to go in, probably going to take this Poro out, but the Poro is going to be recalled actually. We just know that this Poro is doing a lot of work for us, especially against this Draven who has to keep spending to pay the deflect cost whenever they want to select it. But yeah, Draven actually keeping up in points here, so not all over yet. Especially if we still, this time he's very, very careful with this Draven in his chosen champion zone. It's still there, it's still safe and able to be deployed at any time. And yeah, we'll see if Kai'Sa can continue to remove the board here. He is at 6 points and ready to try to go for victory. Draven's gonna have to play on the defensive here once the Kai'Sa retreats. But the Draven, notably, is going to have to try to hold both points because the Kai'Sa has a sneaky way of getting onto the win here that he kind of did in the first game, which is if he gets to score a point on one of the locations here, he can just time warp for the win on the following turn. So Draven can't afford to leave an empty battlefield on this turn. He's going to start it off. He's going to score up to his 6 point. But yeah, again, leaving a battlefield open is dangerous. So we'll see how this is going to go. He does have to find a way onto this other battlefield. He does not have anything there at the moment. So he has to find a way like a Darius or something to move onto it. Or he can just hope that the Kai'Sa does not have a time warp. Or he can play a Mind Splitter. That is an answer. If he finds the time warp here, then it is taken care of. I couldn't get a look of his hand. Unfortunately, they didn't put it on the field, but I'm assuming he hit something good. It looks like he was celebrating. Was it in the Cathian Rain? It was. So that must mean there was no time warp there. So yeah, we're striking the Cathian Rain, which means that our units are safe this turn. The Kai'Sa, unless they pull a time warp, they're not going to be able to win this turn. But what do we have? It's another Cathian Rain! Oh no! Did he top deck that? Or were they just celebrating off of the initial hit? A second Cathian Rain to remove these characters off the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly enough hits to remove everything off the field. And that is just going to be all she wrote. The Dravens are having not the best luck on stream. They're being taken care of by every single combination of characters we've seen. We've seen Draven on stream 3 times. Each one has lost. First to the Master Yi, then to the Aurelia, and now to the Kai'Sa. He just could not hold on to this battlefield, and that means Kai'Sa is going to be going into the finals for this run, which I think should be starting soon. We only have to wait for one more game to be over, so we'll probably be back very soon. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. We're going to just take a quick break and be back at it. Alright guys, welcome to the finals of the Chupacabra games in Joliet. Summoner Skirmish for Spiritforged. We saw the Kaisa make it into the finals from that previous round stream, but we now know that Aurelia is joining him. It was a really close match. They made it all the way to game 3. That's why the break took so long. But in the game 3, Aurelia managed to take it. It was just the most minute of points to make it, so the Master Chief definitely put up a big fight. But here we are, and I think my camera is getting moved a little bit. Unfortunately, I was trying to correct it, but you know what? We're just keeping up with the scuffs here. We're going for that finals match. It's going to be Kaisa against Aurelia. Our Dravens have been knocked out. We just have these two final legends up against each other. So will Aurelia be able to handle this Kaisa onslaught? We saw in the previous game how much removal this Kaisa actually had, but we do know that Aurelia has a lot more denial. We have the green cards to defy and just straight up cancel some of these effects, while also we have a lot of deflect. Our own Aurelia champion that we're trying to keep alive has deflect. The Kaisa might actually have to be spending runes to try and remove cards here, but we are off to the running. Top seed gets to go first. I believe that was the Aurelia player. I may be incorrect here, but no, I believe it's a Kaisa player actually. I think he was undefeated walking in, so he should be the higher seed. But yeah, this is going to be the finals match. We'll see who takes it. A lot on the line here. We do have the promo mat. We have the champion promo card. We also have the trophy. We have a trophy that was custom made for this, which I showed off earlier on the stream. But yeah, thank you guys who have been sticking around and watching. I hope you guys have been enjoying these games. And yeah, if you want, I will definitely have a lot more Riftbound content. So definitely subscribe, like, and all that business. And we will continue doling out content. But yeah, starting off with the Obelisk of Power on the Aurelia side and Void Gate on Kaisa's side. Kaisa gets to start off with the Lecturing Yordle because of the Obelisk, and Aurelia gets to start off with 4 runes. Do we have the Stellacorn? Do we even want to play the Stellacorn, or is it a little, you know, dangerous with all the removal that Kaisa has? We'll have to see. Like, it's really hard to deny playing a Stellacorn. Like, playing Stellacorn first turn seems to be a good idea, but against Kaisa, it is a little vulnerable, so we'll see if that is the play. Kaisa doesn't really have a way to hit the base, but once the Stellacorn moves, then it's a little bit more vulnerable to Hextech Ray and such. And this Kaisa has not started with the Void Gate yet, so or not Void Gate, sorry, the Void Seeker yet. So it may not even be running Void Seeker, so it may just be the Hextech Ray, which is a possibility of taking the Stellacorn out. Yeah, really hard to say no to the 4-cost Stellacorn on turn 1. And yeah, excuse some of the camera shaking. I don't know what knocked it loose, but I think we were getting a little excited in the last game, and my camera got knocked loose a little bit. And yeah, I just haven't had the chance to fix it very much yet. But a second Lecturing Yordle coming down here on the following turn. Kaisa just trying to keep that card advantage while he's going to go score at the Void Gate with the first Lecturing Yordle. And yeah, it's going to be a little dangerous if we can even get this Stellacorn moving. I think he just tapped out to play the Sentry here. Now that he's tapped out, it's a little safer to move. We're not worried about the Hextech Ray. I believe he's tapped out because he is showing. I believe he's tapped out, but we'll have to see. But yeah, Stellacorn going to move up. We're going to get the move. We're going to get the Conquer. Yes, he must be tapped out here. We're not worried about the Hextech Ray in the slightest when they don't have any runes standing. But yeah, well, let's see what we got here. We got several runes. We're going to get a boost of swiftness. Are we going to get another move ready here? We're going to give it to the Stellacorn. I mean, our opponent is tapped out. This is as good a time as any. We're going to cycle another one. And we're going to ready with the Aurelia power so that we can make another move here. With the boost of swiftness, we are allowed to gank over. We get rid of this Lecturing Yordle. We get another score and another card drawn from the Stellacorn. Very nice. And yeah, we still have several runes standing. We could just leave it standing to protect the Stellacorn the following turn, or we can find a way to move it back to base. Any of those are valid choices, but Stellacorn is a little vulnerable to Falling Star right now, so I wouldn't be spending too much trying to move it to base because that's not really going to save it from anything. But yeah, we'll just see what the choice is here. Yeah, on the location though, it is a little vulnerable to, let's say you accelerate the Kaisa and move in with the Yordle. That's going to be 6, which is just a little bit enough to go over the Stellacorn at the moment. And if we do it that way, if the Stellacorn doesn't respond with anything, then we might see it go down. Yeah, playing a Guardian Angel is interesting here. So we have the Guardian Angel ready, I'm assuming, for when the Aurelia comes down, because we are not giving it to the Stellacorn. And that Kaisa play could very much be played here. There is one rune standing. There is a chance to on-guard it, but there's also a chance that we get to, or just play a removal Singularity to hit this Stellacorn. And yeah, no way to save it. We're just going to lose it. It's kind of already done its job. It's drawn us some cards now. And Singularity, notably, is off the board. We've just had to spend a lot to get the Stellacorn off the board. And Aurelia is still safe. So there's a chance we get the Aurelia played onto the board now. And yeah, it might be a little safer. Singularity is already used. One of those dangerous targets that might have really hit the Aurelia hard here. But Kaisa is still scoring a lot of free points here. Again, we have a bunch of small characters, and we remove a bunch of our opposing characters with our big removal. But yeah, Aurelia is coming down now. And yeah, give it the Guardian Angel. We got to keep it a little bit protected. We don't want it to be hit by errant falling stars or the like here. We're going to use that to ready it, actually. So this is going to be a total of 2 extra might on this Aurelia, giving it, I think it's currently at 4, 6, 7. Able to take that Conquer there. We still have the boots, and we did Conquer. We have an option of readying with the Aurelia Legend, but I'm not sure we're going to expend so many resources right now, which we are. Readying the Aurelia, but since we conquered a location, now we can attach the boots. Are we going to? Yes, we're going to use the Aurelia. We're going really down on runes here to make sure we take this point as well. We've effectively removed everything off of Kaisa's board, but now we only have 2 runes standing, and we're effectively also tapped out. So a little dangerous, but we do have Guardian Angel on Aurelia, so she's pretty protected right now. It's probably a good time to do this. We managed to take everything off of Kaisa's board and score up to 4 here. And if she can't manage to get this Aurelia off the board, or kind of find a way to get Aurelia off the battlefield at the very least, we can just gank over up to 6. And it'll be a pretty big threat. But if Kaisa does find a way to remove this Aurelia, then we are so short on runes here on Aurelia's side that it's kind of dangerous. So let's see how Kaisa is going to handle this. She does have a lot of runes standing. There is something she can do here, which is accelerate a Kaisa. I was going to wonder if she was coming from the champion zone, but she is not. She's coming from the hand. Hex Stack Ray follows. We're going to target Aurelia. You're going to have to pay for that, including the deflect costs. Yeah, and Kaisa paid the initial cost with the legend ability, so just 3 damage onto the Aurelia here before a Kaisa follows up, and we do get the removal. The Guardian Angel goes down, but we lose a Kaisa off here. Kaisa did have to spend a lot to get this Aurelia off the field, and we did manage to wipe the Guardian Angel, but Aurelia survives for the moment at least. We're gonna go up to 4 runes. We are at 4 points here, and we'll see how this goes. Yeah, it's getting a lot louder out there since a lot of people are coming in. This tournament is running a little late, despite only running 4 rounds and cutting the top 4. It is running late. A lot of people going to time here, so I think some of the late night crowd is coming over. And Chupacabra games are known for a late night crowd, so there's gonna be it's just gonna get rowdier as the night goes on. But Aurelia has a decision to make here. Are we going to battlefields? I mean, we have 4 runes standing, not very much to protect her. She lost her guardian angel, so if we don't have another one, this is going to be a little dangerous. If we do have another one, that is probably the best news we can get, because then we can move over and we can ready her with Aurelia's ability and just gank over with the guardian angel, go up to 6 and threaten to win the game the following turn. But if we don't have that, we're going to have to find something else. We are exerting 3, so that looks like something else. I wonder what the something else is going to be. The finals round here in Chupacabra. The winner of this is going to win the trophy and the mat and the free buy if they want to go to regionals. And both players have already shown that they know what they're doing with this deck. It looks like we are not going to be playing whatever we wanted to for 3 energy yet. We're going to hold off on that. Trying to score another point. Kaisa is just going to let that happen. And yeah, we're just gonna stay here with our 4 runes standing. We're gonna try and protect this Aurelia to the best of our abilities. Oh, we see a lot. We got a lot of not so fast. We have some Defiant Dance, just a lot of protection from this Aurelia. We won't get Singularity or Icathian Rain anytime soon with 3 not so fast in hand. We're super protecting this Aurelia, but yeah, just a Yordle being sent out, another Poro, a Pirate Poro going out, and a Watchful Sentry. We're just developing the back, and that just means Aurelia is probably going to get away with it for this turn at least. Nothing able to remove it. Maybe all the removal is already gone. Up to 6 for Aurelia. She is threatening, getting closer to victory. It's not going to be able to get it this turn, but unless there's a Draven and no, he can't. I was gonna say unless he Dravens and he charms something over, but that is not. There's not enough runes for that. So yeah, no chance of victory here. But now we really have to ask ourselves: are we going to go for the conquer on the Void Gate? And if we do, are we gonna find a way to retreat back to base, or are we just? It's gonna be a question of how much we want to risk this. Well, yeah, it is a charm. We do find a charm. Unfortunately, we didn't have a Draven for this, but yeah, Poro going to go down. Aurelia still ready. Aurelia still deciding what to do here. 5 runes left standing. We do have a bunch of not so fast to protect ourselves in case any removal comes down. So are we gonna just leave everything standing here? I mean, that is an option. We do know the Kaisa does still have the Kaisa legend. Is that another charm? I think it's so. We just got another charm off to remove another character off the board, and now we're kind of safe from this Kaisa legend coming in to try and take this Aurelia. But still, looking kind of good for the Aurelia player. Kaisa's only had the 3 lore. They're playing more fair than we've seen the other Kaisa matchup go, where he can't score a bunch of points as he did in the previous matchup, at least in this game 1. But yeah, game 1 is going on right now. Aurelia is mounting a really good offensive into this Kaisa deck. Just a Watchful Sentry left on their side. And yeah, we'll see what Kaisa has in response. Watchful Sentry can get a free point. I think they're going to take it. Why not? And I would assume that Aurelia is just going to let it happen because he has a bunch of not so fast in hand. He really wants to keep this Aurelia safe from any removal that might come this way. And I think Kaisa is very... I think she knows that something's up. We know that Aurelia has a bunch of counters, so playing something like Icathian Rain could just put you down a lot if it just gets hit by something like a not so fast to prevent it. So we got to be really careful with what removal we're spending here. Is it going to be a Singularity? It is going to be a Singularity, so not so fast is going to be able to prevent this. We are still safe at the moment. He had to pay the deflect cost too. This is the pain of playing against an Aurelia player when you're playing a deck that is reliant on removals. like the Singularity. But of course, oh, on guard, just an on guard. We are trying to stay, we're keeping our not so fast ready in hand. Interesting here. So yeah, and we cycled for the on guard. Am I missing something here? Taking 6 damage. He's gained 3 might because of targeting the Aurelia. And that's going up to 9. We'll have to wonder if there is a Void Seeker in this deck. I was wondering, we didn't see any Void Seekers activate in the previous game. So I was wondering if this Kai'Sa was running it, but yes, she is. Here comes the first Not So Fast now, but we don't have enough to play another one. So yeah, we're preventing this, but we let the Singularity go through. Very interesting choice. I would feel like you want to prevent the Singularity, the much more painful spell, from coming through, especially with so many Not So Fast in hand. But yeah, just a Stupefy happening now, and that is not enough to remove. The Aurelia manages to survive, which is oh no, it's just over. It's because yeah, Aurelia's at 6 points, and they managed not to get the Aurelia off the board. The Aurelia had like, what was it, 8 or 9 might, and Singularity not enough with the Stupefy to take it out. So game 1 actually goes to Aurelia because there's no way Kai'Sa was going to be able to stop them from conquering the second point. So Aurelia takes game 1 against Kai'Sa, and obviously I would say it's kind of a good matchup for the Aurelia player, because we like the one character we're trying to really prevent from getting removed in this game. The Aurelia has Deflect, so the Kai'Sa is struggling to remove it. And with us playing green, we also just have so much counters to prevent some of these spells from going through. So yeah, well played from the Aurelia. We're probably going to go into game 2 very soon after we get some side decking done. And it looks like we are almost ready to begin here. Kai'Sa is probably going to be on the play now. That she did lose the first game. She gets to decide what to do with the following game. Aurelia, choosing Sunken Temple for their location, while Kaisa is going to start with the Obelisk. And we are getting really close to the end here. Who are we going to see take the final win? Kaisa or Aurelia. Aurelia is up one game already well ahead, and ready to kind of take this cup home. And we'll see if Kaisa will be able to stop them this time around. They'll just got to find a way to get rid of this one Aurelia. They did have to spend a lot in the previous turn to get rid of the Stellacorn, that when the Aurelia came around, there's just not enough resources to remove it. They do get to go first now, though, and they do start with 3 runes from the Obelisk, so we do get that Lecturing Yordle. But in doing so, we do give the Aurelia 4 runes on their turn start. And I think Aurelia's kind of happy with that. We got a matching mat to match our legend on the Aurelia side. And we got a lot of Ahri. We got Ahri on the mat, Ahri on the sleeves for the Kaisa side, but we're not playing Ahri. We're just playing Kaisa. And yeah, you could just say that is the way it goes. But Guardian Angel coming down for the Aurelia. Do we have a turn 1 unit? Maybe not. Maybe the Kaisa is going to be able to give this Aurelia the run around like they did to the Draven the previous game, if we just keep removing things. But having the Guardian Angel is a good start. We get to protect our Aurelia if it decides to come down the following turn. But no units. That means the Kaisa does get to enter the board first. So off the races, we get 5 runes from the Kaisa side. We'll see what they decide to do with it. One way is definitely going to get the conquer point first with the Lecturing Yordle. And then we'll see what follows. Definitely getting rowdy out there, guys. So hang on with me here. We're almost done with the finals. Kaisa definitely coming down now. We want to develop and get ready for the following turn. And Aurelia is on the move. Always has to be, you have to be on your toes against Aurelia at any point. Anything can come down and anything can ready to come straight at whatever you have on the battlefields with that Aurelia legend. So we're going to see how this goes. Yeah, Aurelia has a lot to decide. I think they're deciding, is it time for Aurelia to come down? Because if she comes down, she's going to be a little bit vulnerable, but we do have the Guardian Angel to protect her. No, we are going to go for the Stellacorn. Instead, we really want to try to get some cards going. I'm going to give the Stellacorn to Guardian Angel. We're going to try and protect her, and we're going to ready her with the Aurelia to move them in. We're going to try and get some draws and get some conquers here. Stellacorn has a Guardian Angel attached. It's not enough to get the Sunken Temple draw, but it is enough to conquer and get a draw just off Stellacorn's ability. And off the conquer, we do have the chance to ready Aurelia if we want. This is such a good combo with Stellacorn. If we are willing to lose the runes, then we can get some extra draws. It's kind of early on, though, and Aurelia is kind of low on runes. I don't know if this is what we want to be doing at the moment. We would be able to protect ourselves from the Kaisa, though, at the meantime. So, a very valid choice if we do decide to do so. But, yeah, we're going to have to see what the decision is here. I'd like to thank you guys very much for joining me on my first stream on this channel. It's a little jank, but it'll continue to be jank, and you know, well, one day maybe we'll be not jank, or maybe that's what I'll be known for. Who knows? But we just love seeing some gameplay, and there has been some really good gameplay so far today. I'm really excited to see some of the really fun things that we got to see. But yeah, they are readying up. It looks like Kaisa is going to go for their turn now. We are going to score our hold point, I believe. Unless, yes, yeah, okay, we're going to get our hold point. And then now, where are we going? We have the Stellacorn here with 4 might. Watcher going to come down, straight up just a Watcher, so that the Kaisa can hopefully hit over this Stellacorn that now only has 1 might. We're not accelerating the Watcher. Sorry if you keep hearing that. The chair that I'm sitting on is really frail, but we are going to discipline onto the Stellacorn. That's not enough, is it? The Kaisa is still hitting for 4, but we're going to be able to draw. I think we're just going to get that discipline out to just to draw a card before we lose that Guardian Angel. And okay, that's it though. We do manage to get the draw, and then now we get to get ready for turn. Kaisa managed to get the conquer. We now have a Watcher in the back for the Kaisa, really dangerous. But now that Stellar Coin's alive, we can take care of this Yordle, draw a card while we do so, score up to 2, and see where we can go from here. And it's just going to get louder out there, apparently. But, yeah, the crowds are really coming in. But here, we are going to exert 3 here. See what we get. Boots. Boots are going to come out. So we can possibly ready ourselves to get moving to the other location here. Yeah, Aurelia going to exert. We're going to ready up. We're going to move over or move back. That may be the option. So if we move over, we have a chance of knocking over the Kaisa. If we do so, we can get Kaisa off the board as long as the Kaisa player doesn't have any response. But then we do have the Watcher in the back. That's probably going to crack back at us the following turn. So we're going to have to see how that goes. But yeah, we are going to hit over that Kaisa. So we do get another draw. We do get another point. And I think it's just going to get louder out there. I can't even hear myself think anymore. But yeah, here we go. We are going to continue on. And do we have a follow-up play? We do have 2 runes still standing. And we're going to use them. For a Guardian Angel, are we going to bring the Stellar Coin back? That's going to cost another... Oh, we've already... we don't have enough to ready the Aurelia. We are cycling to hide a card. We're really playing on the edge of our rune pool here. We just have 3 runes left in our pool, and we're going to have to try and survive with this. It could be a Zhonya's underneath. It could be Fight or Flight. I'm not sure what this Aurelia is running, but we're about to see. Oh yeah, here we go. Singularity going to come down first on the Stellar Coin to try and get it off the field. If it's just a Fight or Flight, it's not going to be enough to protect it. It is a Fight or Flight. And does it protect it? I forgot if Singularity hits battlefields or not. It's not. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah. Singularity doesn't target battlefields. So even though we Fight or Flight, the Stellar Coin still gets removed. And now the Watcher is going to find its way onto the location here and get the draw off of the Sunken Temple. And this is going to be a little rough for the Aurelia. Let's see if the Aurelia player can come back a little here. We do have our equipment still ready, but everything's been removed off the board. We have been keeping this Aurelia very safe though. She is still ready to be deployed at any moment from the Chosen Champion Zone. And here it goes. Aurelia's going to come down. We are going to cycle a rune here, and we're going to put the Guardian Angel on. And are we going to also cycle to ready her? That is an option. We have an extra might now. We're going to use the ability. We're going to ready her. She's going to gain another might off of that. And that brings her up to 7 right now. If we attach these boots on, that is going to be enough to hit over the Watcher, and Kaisa probably doesn't have much to respond to that. So we have currently 10 on the Aurelia, I believe, so enough to hit over the Watcher. And a recall getting played. That is a really good response. We get to channel another rune and save the Watcher for another day. We are going up to 4 points though for the Aurelia. Kaisa also at 4 points. This is going to be a neck-to-neck game for this game too. We're going to see if Kaisa is going to be able to take this and manage to hold, or if Aurelia is going to take this game and just win it out. But yeah, let us see how this goes. Our Aurelia is still alive for the moment, but we are so spent on runes now. We have tried everything in our power to keep this Aurelia alive, and in doing so, we are spent. But does Kaisa have an answer? We still have Guardian Angel on Aurelia, so even if we can't protect her this turn, even if she goes down, she will come back once again at the very least. And we are at 4 points, so we are closing in on a victory here on both sides. We'll see who manages to eke it out here. But yeah, I think is it Kaisa that is just trying to decide what to do here. We are staring at a very formidable Aurelia if there's no straight up removal to remove it. Even if we have to play something like a Cathian Rain, that is an expensive way just to get rid of a Guardian Angel. The Aurelia is sitting here at 7 might right now with just the equipment played and nothing else. We are spent, so if we can go over to 7, then we can get the win. The camera is just shaking even harder here as the day goes on. This is just getting more scuffed. But here we go. Things are gonna get louder. Things are gonna get shakier. But who's gonna come out victorious here? That's gonna be the real question. But yeah, we are just closing in on what the Kaisa needs to do here. I think they're deciding, like, can they stall another turn to keep developing? Or do they even have a way out of this? Is this a falling star coming down? No, it's a smoke screen. Smoke screen first. We're going to bring the Aurelia down to 3. They cycled 1 for the deflect, and they used the Kaisa ability to pay for the smoke screen. So I believe we're good here. Now double, we got to pay 2 deflect for that Hextech Ray. Guardian Angel got spent here now. Kaisa having to spend all these deflects to remove these cards, and that's just what it's going to have to take. And we get a Guardian Angel off of the Aurelia for relatively cheap, so we can't complain there. But yeah, what is going to come down next? Kaisa, does she have units to deploy, or does her hand just have a bunch of removal that's going to continue to wail on this Aurelia until we get it off the field? We're going to have to see. Aurelia just only has 2 runes left, so only going to have 4 at the start of turn. And we're going to have to see what develops from there. But yeah, Kaisa definitely has to decide here. Managed to get rid of the Guardian Angel. Now has to find ways to get on the board or remove this Aurelia. It's a lot of runes. It's the Cathian Rain. This is going to cost 1 for every hit they have to shoot at the Aurelia. That's everything. We're spending all those runes to get this Aurelia off the field. It's going to take... I believe you have to just throw every bullet at the Aurelia as the only character on the board. So this is going to cost him everything. We were just talking about how low the runes that the Aurelia player had from everything he had to do here, but this is what is going to cost if this is the way. I think they were just explaining how Cathian Rain works. Like, are you really going to shoot the Cathian Rain at the Aurelia? Because every bullet is going to cost you a recycled power thanks to this deflect. It's going to be really expensive. It could still be the play, but I think now he's thinking twice if he actually wants to do it. And yeah, I think he ends up deciding against it. That would have been a steep price to pay. And they decide not to after he was saying, hey, by the way, if you do play this Cathian Rain, every bullet's going to cost you a power. That's basically every rune you're going to cycle away. So they decided, no, this is not worth it. The Aurelia gets to live another day. Kaisa gets to accelerate onto the field, conquer to draw. But now we're at the mercy of this Aurelia once again. They were not able to get it off the board. But yeah, that's always the tough decision here. It's difficult for decks like Kaisa to deal with Aurelia and any other deck that uses Deflect, because then you're sitting here and wondering, can I spend every rune I own to use a Cathian Rain to remove this character? And usually the answer is no, and we're going to punish the fact that it wasn't removed. We're going to give it a Guardian Angel. It already has a boots on it. It can gank over if it so pleases. And I think she does so please. It's also going to get them a draw if they spend it here to get that Sunken Temple draw if they so please. But yeah, and they so please. So this Aurelia again protected by the Guardian Angel. maybe we should have gotten rid of it with the Catherine Rain. It may have cost us everything we own, our left arm and our right leg to do so, but now that it's still alive and now that it's protected once again, how is Kaisa going to deal with it? Not only that, it still has the boost, it still has a Guardian Angel. If you don't get it off of the field right now, it's just going to gank over and win, and then that might be all she wrote for Aurelia. Neck to neck here. This is the finals game. This is game 2. Aurelia already has game 1. So if this is a win on their end, that is going to be it when we have our champion for today. And it looks like we have to do it anyway. Oh no, I was gonna say Captain Rain, but I forgot that. Yeah, the Watcher was bounced back earlier, so now the Watcher can come back down. We do get to remove this Aurelia for now, but again, this Guardian Angel was there. It's gonna protect her again. Can she come back? But now that we've gotten rid of it, at the very least, Aurelia is gonna struggle to win this turn. If they first come in, they need they have a million cards in hand. We haven't been able to see their hand so far, but with a million cards in hand, I think they might be able to eke this out. They just have to go over, and yeah, I think they know this too. I believe Aurelia has just taken it because yes, they may have been able to get onto the battlefields here, but I think Aurelia is just going, or no? Was it a win on Kaisa's side? What am I missing here? It may just be over because like I was saying, I think Aurelia with the materials attached, they could just come in and just ready itself with one of the cards it was gonna play, and just take the win there. So I believe Aurelia has it. I'm gonna go double check, but if that is the case, yeah, we do have our champion here. It looks like that may be the case. I think they are packing up, but yeah, I'm gonna go double check, and we'll be right back. All right, and it looks like that is it. I had to just go double check to make sure. I had a feeling like Aurelia took it, but I couldn't tell if they were packing up or if they were setting up for the third game, but it looks like Aurelia did take it. That was a 2-0. Very well played. Always been able to keep that Aurelia on the field there, and Aurelia is going to be our champion for today. They're going to win the trophy for today. They're going to win the mat. They're going to win their bye and everything that comes with it. But really close match. It was great to see a finals here between this Aurelia and this Kaisa player. Very hard fought, but at the end of the day, we have our Aurelia winner. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us today. I'm gonna go check them out and see how everything's going. We're gonna go give out the trophy and everything like that. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Hopefully I'll get to stream some more. We'll see if we do another skirmish or if we do some other Riftbound content. But yeah, thanks for checking us out, and we'll see you guys in the future. Peace.